Here we go. Let's do this thing. It is 10:30 Spanish time, Central European summertime. This is all a little bit last minute. Glasses are well balanced on the nose. Moths are around. It's dark here. It's night time. I don't know where you are or how things are where you are, but it's been quite the day here. Okay, for those that are uninitiated, this is a TrampCast Hangout. The channel, Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, a homeless guy. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Watch proper TrampCast for a full list of all the synonyms. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. Now today, I've been chatting with a chap called Roger for, I don't know, a week or two, a week, 10 days, maybe 2 weeks, not exactly sure of the timeline. But today we got together on WhatsApp. Now Roger was homeless in Spain, I think he said about 10 years ago, 9 or 10 years ago. And unlike me, he made progress in certain aspects. For example, getting his dog treated when there was something wrong. I, until now, have failed in this aspect, and I think I now know why. I live in Torrevieja, so I was looking for a vet in Torrevieja. Looks like that was a mistake. Go further afield, apparently. We'll come to it, folks, we'll come to it. But my new friend Roger made certain recommendations, and I'll be honest, I was a little bit blasé. I was a little bit, yeah, like I said to other people, you think there are animal charities that'll help, you go fucking contact them. I've had enough of that shit. Contacting them, going through the process, getting turned down and told, no, you're not Spanish. No, you've not got the right paperwork. He was confident he could find a charity that would help from people he dealt with in the past, even though it was some time ago. And by Jove, he was correct. We'll come to it. I see people are arriving. Thumbs up if you would, folks. Thumbs up. It's a quite significant day for me, I think, and for let's do this. You gotta have your traditions, folks. You gotta have your traditions. For me and for Tina, that's my girl over there, the girl of the hour. Let me bring it back to me. Star of the show, as I like to profess. Not sure what to do about the lighting, guys. I don't know whether I can I make it better by bringing that a little bit closer, or maybe off to once when it's directly in front of me. It makes it more difficult for me to read the screen. That's probably no different for you, but I can actually read chat. Hold on, let's have a look. Okay, there was me. That was my message. There's a pinned message at the top, folks. Help me repay this wonderful animal charity. I'm going to give you the full story, but if you are of a mind to, and if you have a few spare coins, it doesn't have to be much, €5, maybe 10. Only what you can spare, and only if you're of a mind to. Always my thing. David, how's Tina? David asks, how's Tina? Tina's great. She had a moment of pain earlier, which I'm going to get to. That was the vet. 3 seconds. Reached. Oh! Okay, there's the problem. Fantastic. My Brighton, that's a new name on me. Hello and welcome. Sounding like okay, I'm glad. Is it dark already? It is, Thomas, it is. In fact, at this time, it would just about be dark, even even midsummer 10:30 would be. It doesn't stay any longer than this in Torrevieja, does it? As you know, I'm sure. But yeah, where are we now? We're almost a month on from midsummer, aren't we? June 21st. What's today? I can get the time, I can't get the date. Oh, 17th, okay. I can get the date. I was wrong. It's only the second time since 1979. Don't hold it against me too much. I was wrong. We're almost a month on from midsummer, and yeah, you can actually feel the it takes longer in the morning for the sunrise, and in particular for the sun to come above the trees and start powering the solar panel and EcoFlow. It is literally noticeable already. Maybe by about half an hour. Yeah. And at night, similarly, instead of going dark 10 o'clock-ish, it's twilight starts, I don't know, 9:15, between 9:50 and it's dark kind of 9:30, 9:45. So yeah, we feel it drawing in already. Did you fix your EcoFlow lead? I have a friend bringing me a new one. Now, I'll say this. When I got the EcoFlow and realised that the solar panel had a different connector, and we needed a lead in between the two, we were seeing prices of like 40 and 50 euros for like 1 and 2 meter leads. Real rip-off shit. And I think with hindsight, when we bought one at about 30, we paid too much. Now they're like 10 euros and upwards. I went a little bit longer, and we paid somewhere between 15 and 17. I don't remember the exact number. My friend Karen's got it. She's actually coming out this weekend, and I'm going to repay her in due course as soon as I can. So it's not being gifted to me. It's not being given to me. I am going to pay for it. But today, it's funny you ask. Today is the first time in about 6, maybe it might even be a week, where I'd pushed the wire. It's not really a hole. There's a stub. There's like a peg that it was hooked onto, but there's a little groove around it. And I had managed to get some of the threads of the wire in that groove, apparently, when I'd rammed it in a week ago. And it held for a week. Even disconnecting it each night and taking the EcoFlow to the bedroom, and then plugging it back in the next day. No effort. It was, the wire was in the connector. This morning it became not in the connector, and I had to reapply a little bit of force just to jam it in. Once I've got a new cable, I'll look at what I can do and whether I can attach whether I can buy connectors and. One of my problems was that everyone's description of XT60i connectors doesn't match what I've got. The connector should be in two parts. There's what's usually called the boot, the back part that you put the two cables, and it's just holes that they go through. They're like strain relief. You just push the wires through, and then you solder to the back of the front portion, the actual connector. Once you've soldered, you then hooch the back portion along the wire and click, and it covers the solder job. It's not what we had. There's no hole. There's two posts. The back half of the connector is two posts with a groove around, and the wires seem to be just soldered to or stuck to that. I can't quite tell, because in my anxiety early on, I taped around the positive, the one that was still connected. It had quite a lot of copper grinning, showing, and I didn't want the copper from the negative to touch the copper from, there'd be sparks and short circuits and all sorts of shit. So I didn't want that, so I taped that over quickly, and now I can't really examine it because tape. But when people, one gent did me a beautiful video explaining how to solder and what to do. It's just the connector he had, or the two halves of the, don't match what I've got. Yeah, so that was a bit awkward. And lots of people have offered lots of advice and pointed me to other videos, but this guy actually did me like a personalized video. Here's what you need to do. It just didn't match what I had in front of me, which was kind of confused. And I haven't got the experience, I haven't got the tools, I haven't got the solder and flux and whatever else you might need. The braid to absorb old solder or excess. I haven't got any of the tools or the kit. Maybe the Chino Bazaar has them. Quality, price, everything my friend Joby bought from there broke within the first week. I mean, are you really? And a new cable would have been a tenner. We actually went for about 18 because we went for a longer cable. But long answer. It's a long answer to a quick question, wasn't it? Have you fixed your cable? No, but I've got a new cable coming. I have to work out, I haven't got the right disconnect. The MC4 connections are quite finicky to separate, and I haven't got the right tool for that. Whether I can do that with standard pliers, whether I can do it with a set of tweezers, I've got wire strippers. Maybe those connect like long nose pliers would act and apply the pressure to disconnect. I've got to work that out yet. I don't know, folks, but yeah. Let me just go back. Did you fix your EcoFlow? That was my Brighton, who's my new friend I've not seen before, but don't know how long you've been here, but it's your first time in chat as far as I understand it, or as far as I recognise, so thank you. And oh god, see this light? That says muddy. Hi Mike, do you think you'll come back to the UK at some point? Answered many times, yes, I have to come back to the UK to get my money. My bank insists I step into my branch in the UK with passport or other ID, passport and other ID, isn't it? 3 forms of ID to prove who you are to a bank. So I'm going to go and do that at some point. Do I stay in the UK? Do I have any option? I'm going to be banned from Schengen probably because I'm illegal. Once I leave, they'll put limits on where and when and how long. They'll probably ban me for some period, possibly life. If that happens, do I care? What are my other options? Where can I go? I've picked up a criminal record while in Spain because of the actions of the police. Basically arrested for public order offence on private land. Get that? Means probably I would struggle to get into America or Canada. I mean, they're silly, poxy little nothingness, misdemeanor kind of offences. But probably means I won't get into America or Canada. Australia, New Zealand, I'm not sure. If most of Schengen's... I might have to just live out my life in the UK. Staycation, as they call them now. Solder as in weld, yeah, it's a weak weld, it's not real. A true weld melts both bits of metal and joins with a third metal and joins the... Solder is just it's a less permanent pseudo weld, but yeah, solder. Or solder if you're Thomas isn't of an American persuasion, but yeah, that kind of thing. You need a ready-made lead sent from EcoFlow. Yeah, if you can get that to happen, good luck to you. We've had to go buy one, and it's done. Karen got it. She'll be flying out in a few days, and I'll see her a few days after that, I would imagine. After a day of travel, the lass isn't going to just jump in a car and come here kind of that day or the next. You know, she needs a day or two to relax after the travel. Tina, Tina, hey, cámate, cámate, amiga mía. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Yeah, it's in hand, it's in hand. I had offers from other people, and I've just discovered, after Karen's bought this thing, I'm just starting to get a handle. Up at the Repsol garage, there are these, what they call e-commerce lockers, where things can be delivered if you're not at home, kind of thing, from a company called InPost, or InPost, INPOST. And apparently they do international, and it's not about the weight of the object, it's about the size of the object. And you book a... Now, I'm not sure, if someone's sending it from the UK, I don't know how it works. Do they just pick those lockers and they're presented with a range of which locker to have? Do I have to go pick a locker and select my ideal locker and book it? I don't know how it... I started to read up on it, but, you know, life moves on, you got things to do. You can't just sit there reading the internet all day. But we'll get to it. I knew that there were other of these lockers elsewhere used by Amazon and the like, but these are not Amazon enabled or Amazon used. The nearest Amazon ones are 1.5 kilometers that way, down by Lidl. But these are just here at the back of the petrol station, the gas station. And you don't have to be a business to send to them. But if you were in the UK wanting to send me something, you have to go to an InPost location or InPost location, either their offices, or you can actually put stuff, if you find a set of lockers near you that are InPost, you can arrange, you can put stuff in there, and that will then be picked up for delivery to here. As I understand it, which is not too well as yet. I've only had a cursory glance at a couple of the pages. But it looks promising. It looks like they may, for those of you that are interested in helping a tramp out, and I know that a lot of people have made these suggestions and made offers, it does look like it's possible. I've got no idea what the charges are. I got no idea the hassle your end to initiate it. I don't know if I have to book a locker this end beforehand, or whether that's part of your booking and sending process. If you want the address of this place, I can tell you it. You know, we can communicate with me, and we can work something out. Let me know what you need, because I've never... These things didn't exist when I arrived in fucking Spain. There were no such thing as e-commerce kind of postal lockers. This is it's all new, and I've never used it, never seen it until these appeared here maybe a year ago. I got no clue. But let me know if you do want to send something and you're adamant and you want to take the risk. If something goes wrong, I can't guarantee you'll get shipped back. Someone tried to send me a phone, and it circulated the area. They claimed they tried to deliver it to me, and there was no one here. I'm very, very rarely more than 20 meters away, and even that's just the dog walk for 5 minutes. There's just no way they tried to deliver it, but they just claimed, oh, couldn't find it, no delivery, but return to sender. It never got returned to sender. It disappeared somewhere halfway. So just bear in mind, don't send anything too valuable, you know. A £5 or a £10, maybe 20 euros worth. Anything above that, it's in the hand of the gods, and who bloody knows. Okay, folks, I'm going to go back to chat, because Sean Rosenwald, you need a ready-made lead sent. Yeah, we got that one. EcoFlow should send you one free gear to test out. Listen, if EcoFlow want to use me, I see all of these people doing like solo overnight camping, and they'll take their fucking EcoFlow with them, and or maybe they'll do a weekend in the desert in America, or you know, it's all a little bit amateurish. If they want their equipment testing properly, I'm here. I've been here now for almost 3 years. I will have been homeless 3 years in... Tina! I've been homeless 3 years, middle of 14th of August. I will have been here in this field October 10th, 3 years in this field. I've only had my EcoFlow a year and a quarter, maybe 15, maybe 17 months, maybe, not sure. But if you want to test gear properly, long term, for real, someone who doesn't get to pack up, go home, and you know, I'm not playing at it, folks. It's not a weekend in the fucking woods. It's not, you know, a weekend in the trees behind the playground at the back of your garden. We're not, you know what I mean? Now, I'm not far from civilization, don't get me wrong, but I am just a man living in a field with a solar panel. If EcoFlow or anybody else, Jackery, I've been a big proponent of EcoFlow, but if one of their competitors wants to pick up the gauntlet and send me something better than my EcoFlow River 2, with a few gadgets to go around, I'll need the cables and whatever, and if there's anything else to go with it, I'm open to it, folks. We're open to it. Let me compare and contrast, maybe, if you're up to it, if you dare. I am an EcoFlow proponent. From what I've seen, from reading around, watching around, I watch Hobo Tech, I watch Will, what's his name? What was Darth Vader's actor? Darth Vader's actor was Prowse, David Prowse. Will Prowse. You see what I do? You see? I give myself a fucking clue and I get there. Because I didn't know the answer, so I give myself a clue. Beat that. These guys, I watch these guys and I've been watching them for years and years. So, I have my bias. They're not really biases. They're based on observations. They're based on what I've seen, the information I have to hand. But if Jackery, Bluetti, whoever wants me to take up the challenge, my current system is an EcoFlow River 2 with rust in the 12-volt port and a little bit of a dodgy connection here and there already, possibly through my own abuse, tripping over wires and things. But if one of those competitors wants to say, hey, EcoFlow's not sending him anything new to test, we'll send him the next big thing, I'm open to it. It will be a fair and honest review. I'm not, you can give me hints, you can give me talking points you'd like me to cover. I'm not guaranteeing that I'm not reading a script for you. It will be an honest review. I will do an unboxing. I will do 1 week in, 1 month in, maybe 3 months in, and we'll see where we go from there. I'm open to any of that. But yeah, as my friend here said, they should send me a cable. EcoFlow should send me a cable. My Brighton, second live for you. Okay, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Soldering iron, it uses tin as consumable. Yeah, tin and lead. Well, the proper stuff uses lead. One from my student years, but live a little far. Yeah, it's okay. It's not everybody's on my doorstep. Santander, was that the long legal prose about freedom of information request? Have I got the right one? Anthony, hello. How did we get on with the vet? Yeah, that is meant to be the topic of the stream, isn't it? Let's sojourn into that, because my doggy darling, let's do this again for anyone who's late arriving. Oh, I should have done that first, then that. She's over there. Hey, Tina, it's okay, babe. It's okay. I don't want to blind you or anything. Tina's okay. There she is. There's the girl. She's tied to that tree over there. because I had to go and meet them up at the Repsol garage. For some reason, telling them, get to the Repsol garage, stand with your back to the garage, and I'm the big fuck-off blue tent in the field opposite. For some reason, that wasn't good enough. I had to go and actually meet them. Oh yeah, she had a driver as well, just to... I'm not going to say that. So she's an actual vet, a proper real commercial vet. She's going to be paid her rate by the charity. So we have to get the money back to the charity. I've got no idea. I mean, it was 3 seconds and she'd got it diagnosed. Another minute and she'd confirmed it by putting her hand down the spine. And there's this... she was saying hernia to me, which I thought meant belly, but I think she means herniated disc. She was going down the spine. And Tina yelped when she first grabbed her from underneath, and then she yelped again when a minute later when she got her from above. Tina was not happy. Tina suddenly did not like this new lady, this new person who'd come into the camp, and I'm saying, friend, amigas. Tina, y Rita, su amigas. And Tina's like, rah, rah. Not too threatening. She snapped towards her, but nothing seriously, not like at her, not with any real intent. But Tina wasn't happy at the pain. Oh, and then I had to hold her while the lady gave Tina an injection. She got a painkiller that should last 2 or 3 days, I think it was said, maybe 3 or 4. And then we've got some medication, something to take the swelling down, and some pain relief and take the swelling down. Some of it's for the next week, some of it's for the next month. And then I think the charity insist on some kind of vitamin stuff, with the expectation that anyone who's homeless isn't feeding their dog properly. They also brought, she had a shopping bag full of, like chock full of croquetas, the dry dog food, and 3 or 4 big, like the kilogram tins of in fact I think they're 1.25 kilogram tins of dog food. Again, the assumption that you're homeless and therefore your dog's malnourished. Fucking better nourished than me. She eats all her own food, half of any snacks I get through the day, and then she gets like about a quarter of my food at the end of the day. She's the best fed dog in Spain, probably. But the charity tell these vets, you know, we're paying you, so this is what you do, and the vet does as she's told. My aim now is to repay the vets multiple fold. I got no idea. I'm gonna guess somewhere between €80 and €100 would have been the fee if this had been if this had been a 1 hour visit to the vets. Let's say a half-hour visit, but the vets have had to drive here and back, and there was a vet and then there was her driver. So I guess that's going to up the rate a little bit. My aim would be, and I'm never going to know the figures because anyone who donates is donating direct to the Big Red's Animal Association, not to the vets, but to the charity that paid the vet. So I'll never see the money. It's not you're not sending it to me and I'm passing it on. It goes direct to them. I don't know what you've sent, when you've sent, how you've sent. There's a reference though. If you do send money, if you can reference Tina in whatever field, whatever payment field or reference field is there, whether that's through PayPal or whether there was another payment method that I'm not familiar with that was listed. But whatever you do, if you reference it with Tina so that we at least get attribution for it and gets earmarked. I'm going to send some money myself. I do have a little bit in the bank spare at the minute. I mentioned I had enough to buy Tina some wheels for a back end. we might not need it. If this treatment works, we might not need that. But even if we do, I took some of that money and lent it to a friend temporarily. On the assumption it comes back, I've got more than enough to make a notable donation myself. Maybe cover half of what I believe to have been their actual cost in sending a vet out. Help them cover their costs from my doggy darling, and help them to cover costs for other people in the future. That's the aim. I mean, I don't want to sound all pay it forward, blah, you know what I mean? But yeah, that is the aim, isn't it? I've sat here for a year wanting help. I've been turned down outright, explicitly turned down by vets because no money. I've been turned down by animal charities because not Spanish, and on other instances because no paperwork. What can I say? What should I say? What shouldn't I say? I find that, I'm going to say this, I find that to be a disgrace. You're an animal charity. Your raison d'etre, your reason for existing is to help animals in need. Somebody comes along and says, I have an animal, she's in need, I'm not in a position to, could you help? Papers, please! Wrong answer, surely. I know they can't help everybody all the time, everywhere. I get that. But wrong answer. And so today's developments have been, it's been a whirlwind. I started talking with my new friend this morning, rather than email, we're WhatsApp, so it's more instant. He looks into things, he remembers places that he's had contact in the past, gets things moving, contacts people, they come back, and woof, they want to come out at 5:30. It's nearer 6:30 in the end, but that's not the important point. They came out. They got a diagnosis, medication, a way forward. So that was answering Anthony, and how did you go with the vet? Thank you for the question, Anthony. Tin silver alloy, to be exact. Yeah, nowadays, yeah. I mean, lead used to be a big part of solder because lowest melting point of metals, but people got all worrisome about vapors, but that's wrong. When you're soldering, the vapor that comes off is the flux from in the center of the lead. Will melt low, but there's no way at 400 or 500 degrees it's not vapor. Lead doesn't vaporize that low. But people were just worried, and Mad Hatter and all that. But Josie from the Netherlands, good evening, by the way. Do you need other phone? No, I'm for now, as far as I know. Now here's the thing. At the minute, it's so hot here in an afternoon. So it's been 33 degrees today, I'm told. It's going to be 36 on Saturday. I think 36 puts it above 100, does it? 36 times 2, 72. Knock off 10%, 65. Add 32, 97. Just shy of 100 Fahrenheit in old money. Just basically 1 degree Celsius under, or thereabouts. Saturday's going to be hell on earth. My phone gets so hot, the screen stops reacting. If I'm charging at the same time, it can go over and actually like reboot or go off. It's so hot. I've had to take the case off my phone. When the case was on, the plastic was insulating the phone and holding the heating and causing more problems. Yeah, can't handle it. Could I do with a backup phone in case something goes wrong? That was the plan a little while ago. As I said, 2 guys tried sending me phones when the last one packed in, and the last one I've kind of still got. But all that happened was the the USB port. The cable got, so it wasn't connecting properly, and so I was forcing it in and twisting it a bit, trying to put a bit of pressure on. Then there was a crack, and the USB port just wouldn't take a charge anymore. That's probably repairable, and I'll be able to get photos and videos and things off there one day. When I get back to normality and get back to normal life, I will be able to take that and have it repaired. If I learn to use a soldering iron and maybe buy a spudger, which is like a plastic wedge for levering things apart, it's not impossible that I could actually fix the phone myself. I've watched Lewis Rossman. There's nout to it. The guy's got fucking 25 years experience. I'm an old fart who's never done any soldering at all. But how difficult can it be, folks? How difficult can it be? Karen in the house. Hello, everyone. Karen's dipping in and out. I think she's watching TV. Brett Dixon. Hello, hello. There's a new name, I think, as far as I know. And here's Oscar telling me about it. Oh, in post. And it just jumped. Hold on, where are we? Here we go. We're not too far back. Someone can post to a locker anywhere in the world. You'll need to provide your email or mobile number. You'll get a text or email with a code or a barcode. Yeah, it's those, what do you call those two-dimensional, those... There's 3 squares in the corners, and then one corner doesn't have a square, and that's how it aligns. It's optical character recognition-y stuff. What are they called? Something... They're not barcodes, but I know what you mean. Yeah. Someone will tell me. I'll jump to the bottom in a minute. So they'd need my email and stuff, and the text a barcode and simply collect. So I don't need to specify the box beforehand. I don't need to tell whoever's sending it you want box 3B. They just do that through the app, I hope. You've used it before, Oscar, yeah? In post. In post. I'm not sure pronunciation. Jackery versus EcoFlow, the real-life one-year shootout. That's what we should do, my friend. That's what we should... My Brighton, is there you got a proper name? Are you a Fred, a John, a Jane? What's... I can't... I'm not being offensive. Not deliberately, anyway. I'm on a small phone. The icons are... You know, I can't see that. But real names are yeah, Reece Santander. Yeah, Santander. Fuck them. They're going to get what's coming to them one day. Commonly called a slip disc is extremely painful. Yeah, there's never been any sign of it. I guess not using her legs is a sign of it. There's never been any yelps or whelps. There's, if Karen parks at the bottom of the road, Tina will, I'm going to say run, but bum shuffle. You know what I mean? She's going to go as fast as she can towards her. Or her family, her husband. Tina will go. If she was in pain, she wouldn't be so keen to scamper away. I don't think. I wouldn't anyway. If I had like back pain and a friend turned up, I'm not running down the road to go meet them. I'll sit here and wait for them to come here. So I don't know. I mean, yeah, obviously it's a shame that it's there and that it's happened. The vet touched her and she yelped. She's never yelped in the year. I'm pretty sure this goes back to when the police kicked her. I'm seriously considering suing them. I have contemporaneous notes of this event. It's not like I'm just making it up now. The day after this happened, I did videos and said this happened. That's contemporaneous. That's my affidavit, if you like it, from at the time, or as close to the time as I was able to do it. They didn't take any notes. They didn't ask me for statements at the police station when they arrested me. They took me away. My dog was running around. She wasn't being violent to anybody. She was just scampering about between between the group of us, and these cops just overreacted, and I saw them kick her twice, and then they dragged me away, and they left her here with them while they tried to catch her and get the dog warden. They all gave up and just left her in the fucking field, which I object to as well. It's only because Karen and family came back and gave her water and took her away and took her back to theirs that night. To leave a dog in a field in Spain in the middle of summer without water after you've kicked her twice. And who knows how many times they kicked her after I was away and not watching. Because ACAB. I speak as a man who has saved 2 police officers' lives personally, or at least been involved in what might be saving 2 police officers' lives, 2 separate occasions. Something about that job attracts the wrong type of people, and it's the power. We all know what it is and why it is. We've all seen it. It used to be that everybody gave them the benefit of the doubt. If you said, no, that didn't happen, the policeman said, yes, it did, the judge is automatically accepting their authority outweighs you in the court of law. The jury's the same. Oh, the policeman said it must have happened, therefore... The policeman said it happened, therefore it must have happened. We've now got so many videos on YouTube that show so many overreactions and bad reactions by police. That's gone by the wayside. Whether it's their body cams or whether it's the other person's phone. So much evidence that these guys don't know the laws that they're trying to enforce. Put ego in the way. And they're looking to go hands-on and get physical. The way that they body check people, walk right up to them, right into them. Go on then, what are you going to do? That kind of... We've so many videos all over the place. That together with other 2-tier policing, 2-tier legislation, 2-tier judiciary, they've lost the trust of the people, not just in the UK, but all around the world. Technology is showing them for what they are. They kicked my dog. After the mayor sent his welfare man to come and help me. And the welfare man's first response, click, click, police come running through the field to arrest me for not providing ID. Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. The Spanish law on having to provide ID, firstly, it's to a police officer, not to some cunt from the council. Secondly, it's in public. Private fucking land. My habitual residence. I'm ranting again. My public defender arranged a settlement before she ever spoke to me. And when I told her illegal arrest, arrested for not providing ID in private. Oh, that's not what they say. Pure fucking idiocracy. If you watch that film, watch that line where the guy says to his defender, I'm innocent. Oh, that's not what the other guy says, pointing at the prosecution. That's exactly what I fucking faced. €450 fine for not breaking a law on private land. One day I'll appeal that and get that overturned. Maybe. Okay, where am I in the chat? I went off on one. Proteina, herniated disc, commonly called slip disc. Yeah. Oh, it's jumped, but hopefully not too far. There you are. There's Oscar. Oh, eventually had who's this? Friend was in Traction. Yeah, you see, do you remember Traction? Traction doesn't really exist anymore, I don't think. You never... When I was a kid, I was in hospital for a dental operation. I had to have my... I had to have the last of my milk teeth extracted and the first of my adult teeth the tooth buds, as they're called, were facing all over the place and had to be removed. I said the other week about cherubism, Cherubism. Go look up that. Find the lass with the face. Find the lass with the bony protrusion. I had that. Not as bad as her, obviously, but I had that. And it can, the fibroid granulomas, which are, they're like super hard bits of bone. It's this other stuff that's not bone, but that's like cysts in the bone, pockets of this harder stuff. And it means that instead of your teeth pushing through in the normal direction, they'll work around this more hard stuff, and your teeth end up fucking all over the place. So I had to have the last of my milk teeth removed and these tooth buds removed. But while I'm in there, there's this guy called Alan in the next bed. Been in not a car crash, he was run over by a car. And he's got his legs out ahead of him and pulleys, fucking weights up and over to stretch. It's like he's on the rack. He's been stretched out and held in place. That was a thing back in the 70s. I'm not sure it exists much anymore. You never hear about it. Oh, so here's my friend saying about his friend being in traction years ago. But I'm going to guess you're probably talking about late 70s, early 80s. I don't know. I don't know that it's still a thing, traction. Eventually have an operation, yeah. That phone does get hot. Yes, you do need a backup phone, especially with the loose connection. Yeah, I know. But I don't want to be too grabby, Karen. You know, if I answer everybody with yes, please, yeah, I'll take. I gotta be. I joked. I think it was somewhere near Christmas. I joked about being a grifter. It's a term thrown around on the internet. A grifter is technically a con man, and but in internet parlance, it's used as somebody who's like, I don't know, begging for donations, someone who's looking to make money hand over fist while claiming to be poor. I'm not, I've got a fine line to tread, folks. I started in this field with nothing. And through a donation here, a donation there, a bit of help here, a bit of help there. When I was looking for my second tent, not this one, the one before, a lot of people gave me a lot of money, and I ended up with more than the tent cost, and I had money left over. And I was embarrassed by that fact, and I didn't know what to do. I asked you guys, I asked the donors, would anybody object if? And I went for the EcoFlow, and with help from Karen, got the solar panel and the cool box, which I later paid back. Karen and family assisted me along the way. I had the EcoFlow and nothing to power with it except for the TV that I'd picked up in the street, which has remained a joke ever since. I've still, to this day, it's been powered up 3 times. It's almost a meme. It's just a joke. But I have it. So once I'd got the EcoFlow, it was then, well, what are you going to do with it? And Karen helped me with like a slow cooker that she says she had laying around and wasn't using. I sometimes suspect she buys stuff or just gets stuff just for me. But she helped me get the cool box and the solar panel. I had 2 smaller solar panels that would produce 20 watts. This thing just chugs along with anything between 70 and 100 in good weather. So I get people now come along and they're like, oh, this poor tramp living in a field, and then they see, it's like when the Red Cross came in deepest, darkest midwinter. Do you need a hot drink? Do you need warm food? And they took one look, saw the solar panel, and said, oh, okay, right, we're off. He's camping. He's not a tramp. He's not in need. He's just a guy camping. It's not quite true, but I see their point. But yeah, let me. Look, Josie, you're already promising me the world. What you promised me? What we got so far? The stove with three rings. Oh, I'm nearly out. Karen, can you? How long? It's less than 6 months, yeah. Since you and your guy got me filled the gas bottle. It's almost empty, and I've hardly. Well, I'm not going to say I've hardly used it. But the big ring that I've got at the minute is over the top. It uses 400 grams per hour, which means when you've got a 14 kilograms of gas, you've only got just over 30 hours of use. So I guess 6 months sounds about right. But I'm just saying, Josie she's bringing me she's maybe, if she can find it, I don't know whether she found it or not. She was looking for a gas stove. She's promised me a laptop if she can find it. And now she's talking about phones. Karen's got me a new tablet, which is out here, but she forgot to give it me last time. I remember. I've been to off, yeah, maybe, but sometimes people are trying to chat with me, so I need to listen out for the pings and bings and bongs. I've been putting it on the floor out in the shade, because the EcoFlow is near the door, so on the floor in the shade in the afternoon when I can. But yeah, QR code, thank you. Jesus Christ, why could I not remember that? I'm a tech guy. Fucking ran an internet business for 12 years or whatever it was. Max in Brighton. Hello, Max. Is Max short for Maximilian? I like posh names. I've got a friend called Perry. He's Peregrine. I had to find, when he said he's Perry, I'm saying, no, but you are Peregrine, yeah? Peregrine, Wolstenholme, Farquharson, he's not, but I love names like that. Maximilian would be good. I'd like to have an acquaintance called Maximilian. Cyanide Leech. Good evening. Hope Tina gets back on her feet, literally. It would be nice, wouldn't it? If we can bypass her needing the wheels. Then I would be all embarrassed about the fundraising we've done and then not bought the fucking wheels. I'd have to donate to charity because money under false pretenses kind of thing. Tina was limping when Karen picked her up that day, and that was the day she'd been kicked. She wasn't limping before that. There'd never been any noticeable... there was a thing when she was sitting where one leg might stick out a little bit. The back right, I think it was, would stick out a little bit. So I was beginning to think that there might have been something already, but that might be like idiopathic. That might have just been the way she sat. I mean, who knows? That's just wrong. ACAB, yeah. I mean, I hate, I hate to be anti-police. I was brought up to respect the police. When I was a kid, we had the police visit our school, infants and juniors. So under 11, so 4 while 11 years old. We had the same policeman visit the school 2 or 3 times a year, every year. I was brought up to respect the police. But it's that thing, isn't it? Back the blue until it happens to you. The day I saved the policeman's life, I got beat up by them in the back of the Black Mariah, is that the phrase? Blue Mariah, Black Mariah. In the back of the fucking van. I saved the guy's life. I nursed it. I literally beat away 3 people that were kicking him in the head. Dropped one of them, unconscious. Nursed the guy, put his head on my lap and looked around, guarded him and nursed him until the cops arrived. And when they arrived, they decided I'm the one what did it. Threw me, put me in handcuffs, rammed me into the van, and and give me a little kicking for my trouble in the back of the van. Back the blue till it happens to you. All the nice middle class people who are pro police, and they're not the ones that they don't get the grief. It's the working class guy who's down the pub on a Friday night or down a nightclub when it gets stormed and all the fire exits are locked, chained. The nice middle class folks are sat in a restaurant drinking cognac. I don't know why I did that. Cognac's like that. Your hand warms the glass with a brandy or a cognac. Wine, you hold the stem so as not to heat the drink. I don't know, folks. I sometimes sound like I'm so I lost friends out here. 2 guys that were helping me. If you remember when I had a foldable solar panel and that's all I had, and 2 guys helped me out with 2 solid panels. So 20 watts of solar, a charge controller and a battery. And when the charge controller and battery didn't look like they were working, they got me an extra charge controller and an extra battery. But they fell out with me over my comments about the police because nice middle class gents have never had the problems I've had with the police. So they disagreed with my take on even though I've saved 2 coppers' lives and they've saved none. I'm the bad guy. Onwards. Let's have a look. Death for less than 6 months at the gas bottle. Yeah, it's a shame. I don't really understand. Well, it's the burner. It's bigger than my pans. I only have 1 pan that can sit over the entire burner, and that's my big cauldron that I'm not using. Like when I'm boiling water in the morning for coffee, I'm not using the big cauldron. So I have to put a mesh. I have to put a grid down over it, and just have the pan off to one side. Just recently, I've been making coffee or boiling eggs and cooking a meal, and I've had 2 pans on there side by side. But even then, there's gas going to waste at the edges. At the, you know, if you've got 2 pans on east and west, the north and south have got a crescent of gas that's not being used. Josie says she's just dumping spare stuff with me. The stove is not there anymore. That's a shame. Looking for another one, but don't know. No problem. I don't sweat it. Only, like I said to everybody, only what you've got and only if you want to. It looks like chat might have frozen. I'm gonna do top chat and then back to live chat and see. Looking for okay. Oscar says the police all over the world are pretty much the same. I believe so as well, my friend. I think that kind of power, the coercive, this is an order, do as you're told, that appeals to a certain type of individual. Whether you want to call them sociopaths, they're certainly, if sociopathy, is that a real word or did I just make it up? If sociopathy is a spectrum, the people that are attracted to being in the police are way along that. They're way that side of it. And that's something that they should screen for. And anybody who demonstrates, when you watch some of these videos online, there's a group of people called auditors. In America, they've got their Second Amendment. And people will go along and they're checking on how the police react. So they go along with a camera and maybe with a rifle on their shoulder where it's legal. And they're checking how the police react to somebody doing something totally legal. And if the police come along all fucking guns blazing and it goes on camera, well, that's an audit. Like auditing with accounts, somebody checking how it is. And it's been adopted in the UK. People go around with cameras in the town centre and suddenly they've got 20 policemen on them. You can't get a copper to come out when you've been burgled or when your front door's been kicked in, but walk around the town centre with a camera and suddenly there's 20 coppers to spare, all spouting off about how it's illegal to record them. It's not. All telling you can't record in public. You can. It's the same law that allows their body cams in public and the CCTV cameras. You have no expectation of privacy in public. It's the same law that allows them to record you, means you can record them, but they don't know it. They're not trained in this. They're inept. They're uneducated and untrained in the law. And it quickly, once they're on camera, it so quickly shows that the people we pay to enforce laws do not know the laws. And I find that, now nobody can know all the laws. It is estimated, this is an American stat, your average American breaks 7 laws per day. Because you don't even know what half the laws are, especially when it comes to tax and declaring this and declaring that. Some of the driving regulations, you get the little Christmas tree air freshener hanging from your rearview mirror. You can get done for obstructing, that's blocking your forward view. Even though you're off to one side of it and it's hardly obscuring anything because it's only, what, 6 inches in front of your head and off to the side. It's not obscuring much, but the law says it's obscuring your view. The same with fuzzy dice and whatever else. Your average person breaks the law 7 times a day without knowing it. If ever you get done for not coming to a proper stop at a stop sign, you're supposed to come to a stop and wait 2 seconds and then go. All you have to do is take a camera outside either a police station or the courthouse, the nearest junction, and wait for the police cars. And your defence in court is every cop car out there doesn't fucking stop at the stop sign. Not for 2 seconds, not properly. It's a rolling, they go slow, it's a rolling thing, they evaluate and they move on, and it's all perfectly safe, just like you did, but you're getting done for it. If you can catch the judge coming to work with his fucking rolling stop that doesn't actually stop, then you get there's an argument in law that you're being unfairly targeted. A law that is never enforced with anybody else, but that then just suddenly with you, they're going to enforce it. And you present as evidence in court other people breaking the law, police and judges and whoever else. And that's evidence in court. The judge is like honour bound to, if they're going to do you, he's honour bound to do those other people that have been offered up in evidence in court. That's what you do, folks. If ever you get one of these silly things like that, you get them. Turnabout is fair play. Your next one will last longer now Pepe is gone. Well, I need context. My next what? Oh, stove. Okay, I think that's where you go. Gas bottle. Okay, yeah. I got that, Karen. I got that. You should see the state he's left it round there. Don't sweat, he says, with this weather. Hey, it's, hold on. 33 degrees today. It's going to be 36 on Saturday. Yeah, it's going to be hot. David says 31 Celsius in his town. Zaragoza. David. I remembered. Sorry. I get there in the end, mate. I get there. I'm sometimes a little bit slow, but yeah. Zaragoza. I don't know where to put the th-th-th-th-th, but yeah. He must have been outside the UK with it being hot. Karen, you're the only person in the UK saying it's not hot. You're too acclimatized to Spain. You've been out here too long. There we go. Let me read David's. This is going to take a little while. They say Europe is getting more warm than the rest. On the other hand, there's an oceanic current called AMOC or AMOC. I don't know whether you pronounce it as a word. The scientists had detected is slowing down, and that may make Europe temperatures go low. Yeah, do you know what I saw rear its ugly head? Does anybody here remember the 70s and the new ice age that was coming? It's back again. Scientists are proposing the fact that depending on certain variables, we may be headed for particularly cold winters. I have to fucking laugh, because if I don't laugh, I'll cry. But I remember the Ice Age talk in the 70s, and all the plans that people had for how we could warm the earth up. Let's release greenhouse gases was kind of basically one of the plans, and one of them involved turning the sky permanently white. The sky would no longer be blue, it would be permanently white. I presume because of like a blanket of white cloud to increase the albedo and reflect. I don't remember how it was, but that was one of the plans, to turn the sky white as a blanket, I guess, keep the heat in. I don't know. I just found it funny. It's maybe a month or so ago that I suddenly saw this talk of Ice Age again. It's like, hello Ice Age, my old friend. Hating. Oh, she's asleep and twitching on the floor. I'm doing a much better job today of keeping the glasses almost balanced. The other day they were all over the place, but Karen's under her throw. She's got a blanket over her because Zed's, yeah, okay. Zaragoza. Karen's under a blanket. She's the only person in the UK that's cold, and she has been for about what is it, 5 or 6 weeks since she went home. Oh, Karen, was this you? I discovered this the other day in the tent. Let me read that, because it's gonna be Viña Peña Tempranillo. I think it's from Karen. I suddenly discovered that I've got a bottle of wine, but it's been in a warm tent. It's been on the deck. In fact, it was in a bag outside the tent for a while, for a couple of weeks. It was from Karen. Okay. I was going to crack that open. I was in a kind of a celebratory mood tonight because my girl's got a diagnosis and potentially treatment. But I'm not sure. Hold on, where am I for time? 20 to 12. Do I open a bottle of wine at 20 to 12, or do I just stay on the beer? I'll admit this to you here, folks. I'll admit this. This is naughty. Yesterday I went out and I bought beer. I bought beer for the whole weekend. So I bought 2 12-packs, 24 beers on a Wednesday evening. I figured Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and maybe into Tuesday, 2 or 3 beers a day per night. I sat down last night and I drank 7. I was sat outside watching Scruff Dog. I was sat out here, let's say from 5, maybe in the afternoon, until after midnight. And I went and got the beer, maybe 7 o'clock, and I sat down, and it was just flowing. It was just going down so well. I thought about having the wine last night, and then I thought, you ever have one of those days where you drink a lot and it's not hitting you? you're not getting it. But if you overdo it, if you keep going, suddenly you'll just wake up the next day and not know where you are. Like wake up in the police cells or something. Not that bad, but some days it just doesn't touch you, and then it hits you like a wall. So I held off. I didn't open the wine. But in these temperatures, a bottle of wine's not going to last forever, and it could probably already be either on the turn or turned. In this temperature, if the cork's dried out, it is a proper cork. Oh, it's not. It's one of those plastic corks, a pseudo cork. Or maybe that's better. But even then, the heat can still affect the wine. Even I was thinking that if the cork shrank and oxygen gets in and it oxidizes, doesn't look like that's likely to happen with this particular cork. One of those plastic pseudo corks. At least it's not a screw top, eh? Or the wine I drink, folks, when I do drink wine, and I do like a drop of red, I buy the €1 cardboard, the cardboard box. What in Spain they call a brick. In England we might call it cardboardo. It's cardboard. I don't know, red wine or Bordeaux. Cardboard Bordeaux. Cardboardo. I don't know whether to open this. I don't know. How late do we think we're going to go? I'm in a talkative mood. I don't know what we're going to talk about. This is a TrampCast. For anybody, I should have explained this right at the start. For people that are new here, and there may be some because the YouTube channel's received quite a boost recently. The Scottish couple in Spain gave me a boost, and since then YouTube have been running with it for months now. There's a graph within the interface that shows how many of your visitors or viewers are previous visitors and how many are new. And the new has been flatline. The repeat visitors been up here, and the new has been like almost none. The Scottish couple in Spain gave me a shout out. We did that little interview, and we had a 4 or 5 day boost, and then it dropped off, and then something else kicked in, and ever since then YouTube's been putting me out in front of new people hand over fist, and every 10 or so new people that view the channel, one subscribes. Previously it was 1 in 100. It felt like 1 in 100 new people, but somehow I'm on a roll at the minute, though. The channel's on a roll. It's not me. I've done nothing different, but I seem to have caught the attention of the algorithm or of people. I don't fully know the ins and outs, but I appreciate it. On the basis of, and I don't want to sound too mercenary, but on the basis of more people watching probably will equate with more people helping, maybe. I mean, that was the whole, there's the point of the channel is twofold. When I was made homeless, and I don't know how to be homeless, I've never been homeless, I'm not, that sounds, I was going to say I'm not the type of person that would ordinarily be homeless. I hope you know what I mean without that sounding too, I don't even have the vocabulary to explain to what. I'm a graduate with a business and management degree that ran my own business, that had clients that include government bodies, international peacekeeping organisations, and bodies within the United Nations. I would have bet money on me never being homeless. I don't know how to be homeless. I don't know what to do. So when I ended up homeless and I spent 2 months in the park, and then I got moved on from the park and I dropped in on this field, I could have hid under trees, but I stayed here out in the open so that I was visible, because I knew I would need help. It was visibility equals the chance of help. And when I was eventually donated a phone by two ladies, Anita and Karen. Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Karen. When they got me the phone and 3 months credit, and we had to pay for the SIM card separately. They they paid for the SIM card. They bought me the brand new phone, a SIM card, and 3 months credit. And I almost immediately started the YouTube channel. Visibility equals the chance for help. I hope that doesn't come across as too mercenary or too manipulative. That's not my intention. But what else was I going to do? I got a friend who goes busking. He can play a guitar. Now, when he came out here, he didn't have the guts to play in front of anybody. I was the first person that he played for, and he wouldn't play in front of me. He had to sit behind me. I haven't got a musical bone in my body. Some guy pressured me into going begging one day, just standing outside a supermarket, saying hello to everyone with a cap on the floor in front of me and the dog. Didn't like it. Wasn't for me. Did it the once, never again. But I need help. So the people, the holiday makers, the people who are here on holiday and who will go home in a few weeks and who will bring me 1 or 2 bags of food from their fridge and their cupboards because it'll go off before they come back again. I appreciate the real world help. By being visible, I made myself available to be helped by people who so want to. I used to walk around all the bins. I used to collect food at the bin, from outside the bins, occasionally from in the bins. I've talked before about floor pizza. People staggering home from the nightclub with pizzas and they'll just throw the box on the floor and there'll be half a pizza in there. Saturday and Sunday morning used to be a thing for floor pizza. I sometimes just on the top of the bins. They just put them on the top of the bin, not in the bin. But my dog can't walk, so I don't leave the field hardly. Maybe that will change again soon. But this channel was about documenting my life. As I put it, my management management and marketing background. The successes, the failures, the other happenings in my life as a tramp in Torrevieja. It's a little bit performative, folks. I'll confide in you. It's a little bit of a performance in there. Calling myself a tramp, a little bit performative. You can all hear it when I talk. I'm not some gruff, homeless, druggy, you know. I don't know what to say. I backed myself into a corner with that sentence. I don't want to be arrogant, but I'm not that guy that a lot of people think that a homeless guy is going to be. I don't know how to be homeless. I need help, and so I put myself in a place where I'm in the bloody blazing sun rather than being under a tree. I got a big tent instead of a small tent. Look at me, a little bit, yeah? But also, I've got a lot of stuff. I've gathered a lot of resources over time, and also people have brought me resources. So the aim of the channel is document my struggle, but also look at me, can you help me? And I hope that must be obvious to you. I don't think I'm shocking anybody with the knowledge that it's not exactly a cry for help, but it's hey guys, here I am, I'm struggling. If you can help, please do. And my doggy needs help. Please help if you can. And at the minute, we've had help from this charity, and I want to pay them back. I want to repay them times X, you know, times 3, times 5, times 10, whatever we can do. And I won't even know how well we did, because it's not coming to me and then going to them. It's going to go to them. I won't even know. But I want them to look back and think, hey, we helped that homeless guy, and we're in pocket. We made money on it. We can help more people because of that. Let's help more people in future. So folks, there is a link pinned at the top of chat. This time it's not for me. It's not my PayPal link. Either now or after the stream. I think it should be in the description as well, if I did things properly. I think so. That will take you to the Facebook page, which then has the links to go and contribute if you love my doggy darling as much as I do. Let me do that and turn the light on. There she is. Hey babe. Hey babe. There's my girl. You've all seen her over the, I don't know, however long you've been with me. Days, weeks, months, years, depending how long you've been with me. But there she is. We think we've got a diagnosis. We certainly have some medication. She's had an injection. We're hoping things will improve. Let's see how it goes. But if you're of a mind to, and if you're in a position to, a donation to the Big Reds Animal Association would, in Tina's name, would reference Tina, or however, I assume on their payment page there's a field for a reference. If you do that and let them know that we sent you, and maybe we can do some good. Pay them back for the good they've done us, and maybe, just maybe, give them enough money that they want to help other people and they're able to help other people in the future. Here, end of the grift. I think. Maybe. That jumped. Hold on. I was looking at a Karen post. Okay. Oscar says there's been doommongers as far back as the 60s. Remember the global warming and ozone layer depletion. Global warming, greenhouse effect and all that was 1983 or thereabouts, 83, 84. Prior to that, it was Ice Age. Ozone layer, the hole in the ozone layer is really interesting. Guys, you put up a satellite in the air, in space, looking back at Earth, that's capable of examining the ozone layer. So the first time you look at it, you see a fuck off big hole. What's your reaction? If it was me, I'd say, oh look, the first time we look, that's a thing, that's there, that must always be there. That's not what they did. They looked at it, they saw a big fuck off hole, and they said, we must correct this hole. Why? Imagine if Pasteur and people, when they first looked down a microscope and saw bacteria running around. Imagine if their first thought was, we must bleach the shit out of that and get rid of it. That's, you observe, you note, you take that as like your baseline. So if the first time you look there's a bit of a hole, I would have thought, well, there's all this ozone there and it's moving about, and sometimes it'll concentrate in one area and it'll pull apart from another, and over time it'll move about, maybe. Let's observe and watch. Not these guys. These guys took one look, said, there's a hole, let's fix it. The fuck? That's not science. Yeah, global warming became climate change, or global weirding is another term that they use. Josie says that they're sleeping under summer deck. Deck as in a wooden platform. You're sleeping under you're sleeping outside. Maybe that's what you mean. It's a lovely bottle, says Karen, about the wine. Do you know, I think I was in two minds, and it is late, but I've got my mate Mark brought me, you know, one of those stoppers you put over the top, and then you crank the top down and it seals the seal. And that's assuming often these plastic corks, you've got more of a chance of getting them back in than the you got more of a chance with the plastic corks than you have with the real ones. I think I've gone in a bit skew with. Let's. Whoa! It popped. Why is it popping? That's not right. That's. Whey! Okay. I think this means I'm going to be on for another couple of hours, folks. So strap in if you're here for the ride. I've lost track of time. Coming up on midnight in Spain, 11 in the UK. Midnight, 6 p.m. America, Canada. West Coast. No, East Coast. God, I always have to think about my easts and wests. East Coast. 6 p.m. I don't remember what my glass had in it last, and if you know anything about me and my glass, have I shown you this? I have shown you. You might be new here. Can you see the state of the glass? I don't think this glass has been washed this year. If it has, it was once. And I've had in this, I've had red wine. I've had red wine and cola. But a few weeks ago, oh, something's nibbling my ankle. Bugger. A few weeks ago, Karen was making me do a mock pina colada. I got pineapple and coconut yogurt, a little bit of milk, and I used vodka because I don't remember what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be rum, maybe, because it's Caribbean, isn't it? No, South America? Not sure. Anyway, I had vodka so that was the spirit I had, because my friend Karen looks after me. When she buys cigarettes, if you buy in bulk enough, they treat you to like maybe a quarter bottle, maybe a third bottle, maybe a half bottle, depending on how much in bulk you're buying your cigarettes. Cheers, folks. Cheers to you. Cheers to the cheers to all of you for being here, but cheers to the subscribers, the donators, anyone who's donated. If you've donated to Tina and this charity, don't be sending me PayPal tonight. Any PayPal I get this last few days and the next few days, I will pass forward to this charity, to the animal charity, Big Red's Animal Association, I'm going to say. Sorry guys, forgetting your name, and you've done me such a favour. So any money I've received in the last few days, and I got a big donation yesterday. I may split. That was big. I'll split that 50-50 between us and the charity. I think it would be unfair. It would be unfair on the person who sent the money to me for me to just pass the whole thing on. I think that would be, unless they gave me permission, that would feel a little bit abusive. And also, it was a lot of money, and sometimes I need money. Not wanting to appear too mercenary. But cheers, folks. Cheers. Cheers, salud, skol, kipis. Ooh, that's quite dry. That's got a bite. It's got a fruitiness, but it's subdued by the dry. Oh, it's one of those drinks that after you've drank it, You feel like you need a drink. It's left your mouth so stringent, so tart. I don't have the vocabulary, folks. I can't taste the woody oatiness of the barrel. I can't tell you about chocolatey fucking whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's fermented grape juice. It's nice. It gets you drunk. The fucking woody oatiness of the barrel with notes of chocolate and cinnamon. No. What was the treatment? She had an injection in her back, which is a painkiller and anti-inflammation, and we've got tablets, again, pain-killing and anti-inflammatory, just to try and see what happens with a lot of these things. A lot of back pain type stuff, folks. This is the same in humans. This is why ibuprofen is better than paracetamol or acetaminophen or whatever the Yanks call it. Ibuprofen is better on back pain. Let me get my hands so they're visible. When you get pain, it's often two things have rubbed together. After they've rubbed together and they're in pain, they swell. And of course the swelling means more rubbing together. Now you can take a painkiller that stops those signals going along the spine and up to the brain, and so you can take a painkiller that cuts those signals off. But if you don't stop that inflammation, once they're inflamed and they're rubbing, they're going to inflame more and stay inflamed and stay rubbing. If you can stop the inflammation, now they're not rubbing. In a day or three, the pain will go away. You got to break that cycle. So that's a lot of what back pain is with people. It's not the only one that's like that. There's a lot of knee injuries and leg injuries. A lot of joint pain is similarly, things rub, then inflame, and then the inflammations are rubbing together. You can block the pain signals all you want with your aspirins and your paracetamols, but you need something to actually take down the inflammation, and then things aren't rubbing. Break the cycle, and that's more of an ibuprofen thing in human medication. Tina here's got a mixture of painkillers and anti-inflammatories to try and break that cycle. Not signal. Break the cycle. The signal was the painkiller thing. Cycle. So yeah, that's the treatment. The injection and then the tablets and things. And I've got to contact the vet in a week and let her know. I don't know what I'm going to let her know. I mean, unless Tina suddenly jumps to her feet and starts walking. I mean, that'd be nice. I'm not sure we're going to see that kind of. I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. I got to let her know how things are going in a week, and the other meds should last. One lot of meds is like 10 days, and one lot is a month, and we see how she's at the end of that month. Yeah, no, we'll see where we are. Don't show my hubby it's his. Is this the wine? Have you stole his wine? With a disc hernia, I think the only option is surgery. That's possible. Well, I don't know about the only option. I guess it depends how herniated or how bad. I'm gonna tell you now, there's not a hope in hell I can afford surgery for her. If it's that, then we would be looking at difficult decisions. Now, the way I'm leaning at the minute, Tina has never, until the vet grabbed a specific spot, Tina has never shown any sign of pain. When our friends come, she does her equivalent of running to them. If she was in pain, she'd stay where she was and she'd wait for them to come to her. She's bum shuffling, the back legs aren't working, all of that, but I'm pretty sure that if these meds don't work, and if surgery isn't an option for someone in my position, I don't think we're in a position where we're making the bad decision. I don't think we're there. If she was daily, like all day, every day, giving me signs that she was in pain, or for significant portions of the day, then, you know, we'd have to do what we'd have to do. But and nobody who's come to the camp and seen her, other people with more experience, she's my first dog, so I don't know what I'm on about, okay? Anything I say, take with a fucking pinch of salt, because I'm just some idiot in a field. But other people who've had dogs like all their lives and who know dogs are all saying there's no sign of pain, there's no, you know, there's no sign of it. So I would be really, really reluctant to go in that direction. I think I've got a wasp hovering on the light. I would be really, really reluctant to go in that direction. Now, if someone tells me you don't know what you're on about, you don't know what you're looking at, she is in pain and you just don't know it, I'm willing to be educated. But I would have to be educated to spot it myself. I'm not just going to take some bugger else's word for it. Unless they're a vet. You know, man in the street says you're an idiot, you don't know what you're looking at. Crack it open, Mike. It would be rude not to, says Brian. Hello, Brian. Yeah, I've cracked it open now. We are here now and we're doing the thing. I probably, because there's all these flies and wasps and shit around, I probably should look to plug the top of the... Oh, I've got to stop that turning. Oh, I can't. Uh-oh. Oh, here we go. We're good. We're good. The appliance of brute force, folks. The appliance of brute force. Oh, fuck. What was that? Oh, Joby. Oh, I've got to make... That's... It's not a PayPal or anything, don't worry. I was worried in case it was a PayPal thing. Because I want donations to go to the animal charity today. Any donations that anybody does... Fuck. Get in there, you bugger. Oh, it was close. I missed. It was close. No. I thought I'd got it there. What if I do the wrong end? Yeah, the wrong end's narrower. Fuck. Why do they do that? The end that I put the corkscrew in is narrower than the bottom end. I guess the bottom end being wider would give a tighter seal once it was forced in by machinery. What fell? What was that? I don't know what that was. I don't know where it is. Is this... Give me a second, folks. Sorry. Got a... Where's the other light? Okay. Okay. I brought another light out with me in case. Now what have I done? Is that the one? You're the one. Sounds like a John Farnham song. You're the one, try and understand it. Da, 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 da. Whoa. Whoa. The Voice? I think that was John Farnham, wasn't it? The Voice. Did that just get brighter? That looks brighter than it was. Where are we? Brian was telling me to open the wine. I did. How far behind am I? Hold on. Let me get a reading. I can't read that. Nope. I have to turn the brightness up on the phone. Don't misclick. Brian was 23:43. It's now, fuck, 12:10. I'm only 28 minutes behind, folks. Only 28. I'm going to turn that brightness back down. That'll burn the battery too fast. I got a message. I'm just trying to expand. Just give me a second, folks. I'm just reading something. Okay, I see what he's doing. Okay, that's my mate Joby that used to live in the field here. I've been trying to get him to start his own YouTube channel. And there was a bit of a situation. I said he should do like an investigative report, do a video as if he was an investigative journalist, which harks back to a joke we had when he was back here. For a little while, I suspected he was a journalist spying on me. Imagine you're living in a field, folks, okay? And at the beginning of February, some guy sleeps in the next field and you spot him and you cook him breakfast and give him a coffee the next morning and he moves into the field. And you're talking with this guy who's a cleaner. Basically, he's a cleaner. But his knowledge of grammar and vocabulary are off the fucking chart. They're spelling. Like I'm, as you might have noticed, fairly intelligent. But this guy's spelling and grammar and off the chart, and he's a fucking cleaner, allegedly. So I developed this hypothesis. Weird, I know, but I figured I'd been contacted a while back by a journalist from one of the tabloids asking if they could run my story. And I don't trust the media. I ignored them. I figured they would spin it into what an arsehole this guy is. You know, look at these Brits running to Spain to be homeless, blah blah. So I never replied. But then this guy turns up in the field with a level of English language, grammar, syntax, and spelling that are off the chart. So I did suspect for a little while that he was here to spy on me. So he's just sent me a message now, kind of, you know, harking back on that joke. How's your Spanish? Asks Ali Quinn. Is Ali Alistair or Alison? Give us a. Okay, we got the Saltaire. We're Scottish. How's your Spanish? Para mí español es muy difícil. No es fácil. I have a few words, but not much. And pronunciation, I pronounce it like a fucking Yorkshireman. I can read it, ish. Don't start, guys. I know some of you are going to mention that, but just don't go there. I can read a book, a novel in Spanish, and I can read I can make sense of 3/4 of what I'm reading, so I get the gist. I get to follow the storyline, the plot line. The odd word I might not get, and I might get so badly wrong it reverses the meaning of the sentence or the paragraph. But further along the story, something will clarify it, and okay, I must have had that wrong. It's this way, not that way. I've read multiple books in Spanish. Putting sentences together. My Spanish is like one way. It's from Spanish to English. My translation is this way. Going that way, I have quite the list of words, but the grammar and syntax doesn't flow for me. The conjugation of verbs in particular. Every time I think I've got a handle on a word, someone will contradict me and tell me I got it the wrong way around. Then I'll use it the way that they said, and then someone else will tell me no, back the... So I'll go with A and they'll say no, B. So I'll start using B and they'll say no, you fucking idiot, it's A. I can't get a handle on it. I have quite the extensive... I have a good memory. Well, I used to have a good memory. I've got a long list of words that when I see, I know. But if I need to go the other way, if I need to go from the English to the Spanish, much more difficult. I tend to have a list of pre-rehearsed lines, pre-rehearsed sentences, frases in Espanol. But I have to rehearse them in advance, and even then I get told I've got them wrong, or some phrases I could use wrong. And my problem is I'm particularly what's the word? Sensitive. If I get something wrong, embarrassment. I've seen some people get stuff wrong and they just keep going. Someone corrects them and they just say, oh yeah, thank you, and off me, bright red, sweating, feeling like an idiot, close my mouth for the rest of the night. This was particularly bad when I first arrived in Spain, and I didn't realise that half the waiting staff I was dealing with weren't Spanish. So I'd say something, they wouldn't understand me. I'd assume I've got it wrong. No, they're fucking Norwegian and their Spanish is limited. And as soon as you've gone off script, they don't know. Norwegian, Swedish, Czechoslovakian, Bosnian, fucking whatever. Yeah, they've got bartender Spanish, and as soon as you use a different phrase, a different way of saying the same thing. So when you want another, you might say otra vez, or you might just say otra, or you might say kind of una ronda más, one more round, if there's a, but they might not understand you if they're not Spanish. If they're Norwegian and they've got this limited set of vocabulary that they're expecting, and you've just used a different word, they wouldn't know what I meant. I would glow bright red, and then I would fucking sit down and stew in my own juices and not talk for the rest of the day. So my Spanish is muy limitado, or muy limitada, depending whether you're masculine or feminine, I don't know. You're too modest, mate. You're the star. You're the star of the show. Tina's definitely the star. David says it can happen to almost everyone. We did learn it in the Great Depression of 2008. Lots of people lost their home back then. You know what I did in 2008? I started a business and took city centre offices 2 months before people mentioned the fucking words of depression or recession. Recession to begin with, depression later. I started a business. Well, no, that's not true. I expanded a business from a sole trader to a limited company, and I took on 4 members of staff and city centre offices. And before we'd got all the furniture in, people started talking about recessions and depressions and fucking Christ knows what. I apologise, folks. I don't mean to swear so much. I am quite a sweary bloke, but I fail, but I try to keep the streams. I did the ultimate swear word the other week though, didn't I? So I can't really. And if you were there and you heard it, then you know that I do swear. I dropped the N-bomb with the hard R ending. I didn't go with the A. There was no G at the end. It was G. And I did the N-word. Not because it's a word I would use. Not because I'm racist. I object to the policing of speech. The policing of speech leads to the policing of thought. And that is something up with which I will not put. Apologies to Mr. Churchill. He hated that particular phraseology. Young Winston. The majority of people now are one paycheck away from being homeless. Maybe 2. And usually you end up homeless, you've got family and stuff to fall back on. I was in a foreign country. Maybe you should have friends to fall back on. All my friends went along with some rumours that was a lying manipulator and that banks can't take your money and that there's no way that what I was saying was true and there is no second bank account. There is. But I lost all my friends over here in one fell swoop when those rumours went around. And to be honest, I had no intention of fighting to keep them as friends. if you can't trust me, if you've known me for 4 or 5 years, and suddenly I'm persona non grata, I'm a grifter, I'm a liar, I'm a con man, then I'm not sure I want to fight to keep you as my friend. So I didn't. Fuck 'em. Again, sorry for the swearing. One paycheck. Your one paycheck and a couple of other calamities. Your one paycheck and falling out with your family in some way. Or 1 or 2 paychecks and your circle of friends. So, let's say some rumor goes around that you're a pedo or something. So, something malicious, nasty, toxic. There are some things in sociology called master labels, sociology and criminology. These are things that once that label's applied to you, there's no coming back. It's societal death. Somebody says that that you raped them, or that you sexually abused them 20 years ago, or it doesn't matter what it is. You know the things. You've seen them in the news. I'm not going to list words here and get myself in trouble with YouTube. Kiddie stuff, PDF file. Adobe. There are these master labels that you cannot overcome. Some things, being called a liar, a thief, a grifter, and a con man within your entire circle of friends, that's not impossible to overcome, but it's fucking difficult. And to be honest, I'm not going to battle that. I'm not going to do that battle. Why would I stand before them, prostrate myself, and prostrate? Prostate is the gland, isn't it? Prostrate myself, and open myself up to abuse. What? I'm fighting to be liked by a bunch of people who've decided that they don't like me. It would have to be a fucking life and death for me to go, no, just no. Moving on. Mike, do you have a home in the UK? Or you moved here some time ago? I separated from my wife. She kicked me out. We had a house. She gets a house. I was supposed to get all the money that we had in the banks. That didn't quite happen. She kept one of her bank accounts. And then we had a joint account which was valid for a while, and she was stuck one night trying to pay a petrol bill, and her card wasn't working. So she rang me and said, can I use the joint account? I've still got the card, can I use the joint account? I said, yes, of course you can. I'm not going to leave her stuck. I still loved her, cared for her. I'm not going to abandon her. So I said, yeah, of course. I come and check my bank account 6 months later. She's been dipping into it for 30 quid twice a week, every week, for the 6 months. 26 weeks times 60 quid. What's that, £1.5? Getting that way. And she kept her bank account and took some of mine. She got the house, which is obviously increased in value in this time. I had a pot of money, but not as much money as it should have been because she skewed the pot. What was it? Let's go back to the wording of the question. Do you have a home? Me and my brother and my sister have a 1/3 share each in my dead mum's house. We went through probate, but we never finished the paperwork properly, and this is like fucking 20 years ago. We had a piece of paper that would have allowed us to transact business as if we were her. So we could have sold the house as if we were her. We never did. My brother's in the house, living there rent-free. And he's decided it's his house now. For some reason, there's some falling out between him and my sister and my ex. And I mean, I'm here, I know nothing about any of it. I haven't been involved. But there's some shenanigans going on. So put it this way, I'm supposed to have some assets in the UK, as well as my own bank account, which has been frozen. But we'll have to fight. That's going to be a legal fight. That's going to be a legal fight when when I get back there. My kid brother's gonna... Once I've got access to money, lawyers' letters are gonna fly. There's gonna be a whomping going around. Let's have a look. David said, I haven't watched the TrampCast 001 video yet. You should, my friend. It's 2.5 hours, which is a little bit long, I know. That's why I tried doing a condensed version of it a few months ago. But my friend Jack Attack got in the way and extended and extended and extended the video. And my summary video ended up longer than the original. I tried to recap. A condensed version ended up longer than the original. Thank you, Jack Attack. Bastard. But yeah, for anybody who's new here, anyone just dropping in and wondering who is this guy, what are we talking about? I'm a homeless guy, what you might call a tramp, a vagrant, a hobo, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, someone who lives rough. You might say a bum, if you're of an American persuasion. Someone who lives on the streets, or in my case, in a field. I've almost got this shit memorized now, guys. Almost. It's taken 2 years. I've almost... This is my management degree. My marketing is showing through. I'm an Englishman trapped by circumstance in Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca South. My bank have decided I can't have access to my money because they're not sure I'm me. So for my protection, they're not letting me have my money. Nice. To prove that I'm me, I have to walk into my branch, my local branch of my bank in, well, it would have been Morecambe, but that branch has been closed. So I have... How long did we miss? I'm going to assume just a few seconds. For my protection, my bank won't let me have my money. In order to prove that I'm me, I have to walk into the Lancaster branch of my bank in the United Kingdom. The Spanish police won't let me leave the country. I have a 5-year-old case hanging over me whereby they keep producing a court date, not telling me about the court date, and then coming and arresting me for not attending court. Never get any additional punishment or charges because they can't prove they've told me about the court case. They can't prove they've told me about the court case because they never have. And so for 5 years, warrant for your bench warrant, as we would call it in the UK, I don't know what the Spanish term is, but failure to appear in court means you get arrested the next time a policeman asks you for your name. They keep playing this game. Lock me up overnight. I'll be in the cells for 18 hours. Let me go. No further charges, but watch out for your new court date. No new court date arrives. Now, after 5 years, suddenly they've had the court case. They forgot to invite the guest of honour to the court case. Then, 2 months after the court case, 2.5, they contacted me on my phone, because all along they've had my name, my address, my phone number and my email address. All along, all of these details have been known to them. They ring me and say, where are you? What country are you in? Why, I'm in Spain. Why, what town are you in? Torrevieja, of course. Well, where are you? I'm where you arrested me last, you daft twat. I'm exactly here where you know where I am. Oh, where's that? Cala de la Thora, Cove of the Vixen. I'll keep it polite. I could have said Cove of the Whore, but we're not. We'll keep it polite. Cove of the Vixen. Torrevieja. Opposite Repsol, on the seafront, exactly where you've arrested me half a dozen times. You know where I am. Oh, Guardia Civil are on their way. They've got paperwork. And when they arrive, they've got paperwork that's got my fucking address listed on it. The man in the big blue tent opposite Repsol, Cala de la Thora, Torrevieja 03183. They got my. He's ringing me on the phone. They're bringing me paperwork that's got the exact address written on it. They had a court case 2.5 months previous and didn't fucking tell me. They had the court case in absentia when I'm at the address on record on the fucking paperwork. Spain. They love their bureaucracy. Germany like their bureaucracy. Sweden like their bureaucracy. Switzerland like their bureaucracy. They're good at it. Spain, you're shit at bureaucracy. And I think it's deliberate to create extra jobs. If everything you want to do needs 5 visits to the office, then that's 5 times as much employment. Sorry, David. No offence to you personally, but your country's bureaucracy and governmental procedures. How can you have a trial in absentia when the guy who you're trying is at the address on the paperwork? You've got his phone number, you've got his email address. I'm automatically guilty by default because I wasn't there to represent myself. The court would never tell me the name. The court said they were not allowed to tell me the name of my defense attorney. 4 or 5 times arrested for non-attendance in court. Who's my solicitor? Or we're not allowed to tell you. If you're not allowed to tell me, who the fuck is? Swearing. I apologise, but getting annoyed and angry. I'm sorry, folks. Other environmental aspects other than the ozone layer are quite fucked up. There are some disturbing developments in the environment. How much? There are certain spots on the Earth's crust that have higher gravity than others because the Earth's crust is thicker, so greater gravity, and so a bigger pull on the and denser atmosphere. And some places are really light. So there's a place somewhere over South America that's there must be some sort of hollow under the land, less gravity, thinner atmosphere. There's all sorts of factors, and who knows? Do we know enough to judge? Fiona was going to bed now having a Pims. Pims, that's a very, I'm going to say very British summer drink. I don't know, where are you, Fiona? Remind me. I know we've spoken in the past, or tippy-tappied in the past. Karen says, rum, that's going to be a pina colada. Well, there's midnight. Hold on. I am 35 minutes behind chat. Cheers, Josie. Keep your money. Let us give to the charity. I'm going to give some to the charity. I have to. The fact that they came to me, folks. My fucking vet wouldn't. My vet wouldn't come to me. The one that I've been with for fucking 8 or 9 years. That bunch of that shower of shit. Vet-a-pet. They didn't come to me. That bitch doesn't even like animals. That bitch can't look at a dog and gauge what size muzzle. Because she's given Tina injections, the rabies injections. Tina remembers. She knows that when she sees that lady, it's going to hurt. So Tina's on edge and you know, a little bit yappy. A little bit. Tina, if you know Tina, she doesn't bark. It's more of a... Bitch made me put a muzzle on, Tina. And she passed me this muzzle that wouldn't have fit on a fucking... This thing was orders of magnitude the wrong size. It wasn't even close. What kind of vet has no interaction with the animals? She's cold as a fish, cold as a fucking snake, really. When I paid her to cut Tina's nails, I did 9/10 of the fucking work. And she was still scowling at me for not being good enough. Vet a pet. They won't come to you. When they were contacted and told there's a guy got no money, no, not without payment. But you're animal people. You want like what's best. No, I want money. Alexander, my dog has her struggles, but we had a vet come out to us today, and she seems to have diagnosed something within 3 fucking seconds, and we've got a course of treatment that looks like it could offer a way forward. I don't know whether we're looking at partial recovery, full recovery. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I don't know where we're at in that in those terms. I also got a reading on how long potentially I have with Tina. Tina's 9, soon to be 9.5. She looked at her and said, these breeds of dogs 10 to 12 years. So we might not, even in the normal course of events, we might not have too much longer together. I don't know on that score, but it gives me a reading that she is an old lady now. It's not. I thought that 9 years and these kind of struggles, when I thought it was an age-related thing, I thought it was too soon. Dogs can live to be 13, 14, 15 years. 10 to 12 for a dog of her size and whatever mixture of breeds she may or may not be. So that changes the window, that changes the outlook on things. Scientists, we've got to get some work done, folks. Stop trying to extend the life of fucking mice so that you can have them in the lab longer. That's not what we want. Dogs and cats. Get me a dog or a cat that can live 30 years and then we're talking. 30 years instead of 12, 14, 15. We need 30 year. We need dogs that live a real proportion of our lives. That's what I think anyway. So yeah, that's how Tina's doing. She's had the vet out. The vets actually came out, which I think is fantastic. Kudos to my new friend Roger, who I've only been in touch with for a week, maybe 10 days. We went on WhatsApp for the first time this morning, just tippy tapping, but it's more direct than email. I'm bad at email. He'd been homeless in Torrevieja in the past, so he'd had his dog looked at, so he reached out to contacts he had from back in the day. Whereas I was just contacting random vets and charities in Spain, and when other people were saying, there are so many animal charities near you, why aren't you getting her treated? Because when I contact them, they say Spanish only, or papers please, and I don't have... They weren't focused on there's an animal in need. They were focused on fucking documentation and money. These guys, I mean, the vet's not really part of the charity. They're going to pay the vet. The vet's getting her fee for coming out and doing her thing. I don't know whether there's any discount involved or, I don't know the inner workings of that. But we're going to pay that charity back, and it's my intention that we pay them back multiple fold, such that the next time someone says there's an unemployed, there's a homeless guy down the road, that they jump at it and think, oh, we made money the last time we did a homeless guy. We weren't out of pocket, we were up on the deal. If we do that, that makes them more likely to go to the next guy. Whether he can help them as much or not, whether he's got a YouTube channel or not, maybe I'll drop them some extra funds in the future if I've got spare, help them. God, that went wrong. Help them to help other people as well as me. Make sure they're not out of pocket as a charity. It's just, to me, it's just great that the vet came out. And she came from a way away, as far as I can tell. Why she wasn't just on her own driving herself, why she had a separate driver, that's probably up to the cost of the overall deal, but that's between her and the charity. That's not my business. Maybe she's not a drivist. I'm not. Why should she be? Normally people come to her. Now she's doing a charity thing and going to them, coming to me. That went so rapidly. From chatting with Roger this morning to I'm in touch with a few charities and they want some information. Can you tell me this? Can you tell? They want to come out at 5:30 tonight. A little bit late. It was nearer 6:30, but no harm done, and possibly some good done. I mean, she reached under Tina, grabbed, and Tina just went, you know, like yelp. And then she went down the spine and confirmed it by getting the same spot from above. And then it was an injection, here's some tablets, here's this, here's that. Big bag of dog food, you know, a carrier bag, a shopping bag full of dry dog food and 3 or 4 tins of wet dog food, and also some vitamin supplement liquid stuff, 3 or 4 drops. A lot of it, I tried to turn the dog food down, to be honest. I've got more than enough. Everybody's been so generous. People are way more generous with Tina than they are with me. I've got more snacks, and I've got an entire sack of dog food at, like, I think it's an 18-kilogram bag from Josie. I've got maybe half of a 16-kilogram bag of dog food that I bought via Karen and family way back. And I've got even more. If I was to stack all of the dog treats next to the bags, there are more dog treats than there are actual dog food. Probably, maybe. So when they come along with this stuff, and it's like, she's like, yeah, but the charity say you've got to have it. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't want to take from the charity unnecessarily. I don't. No. It's their rule. She's like, my contract with them is I have to give you this dog food and this vitamin supplement. And I'm like, I'm not going to argue much, but it's not necessary. But thank you. Thank you to Big Red's Animal Association. Sorry, that's the second time tonight I've stumbled over the name. Thank you to Big Red's Animal Association out of Crevillente. It's a double L, so probably Crevillente. There's another site or organization with I don't know if it's another site from the same people or if it's just coincidentally another organization with a very similar name, but the Crevillente one is that's our guys. Cheers to them, cheers to you guys, to anybody who follows the link pinned at the top of chat. In a moment I'm gonna race through some. How far behind was I? Was it 35 minutes? Let's see what we do. That was Alexander the Hobo's question. And chat has jumped. Hold on. Hey buddy, okay, I'm still in the same area. It did just jump a bit. Stick your nose in it. Is that the wine? Have I told you? I think I've told this one before. When I was on honeymoon, I love a good brandy, folks. A good brandy or cognac. And I had this glass of cognac. I'm on honeymoon, and I'm breathe into the glass, put some warmth into the glass, it swirls around, it evaporates the vapors, and you get the heat in your nose. And I'm breathing in and inhale. I get it wrong. My nose is in the glass. I pour the glass a bit too far. Just as I inhale, I'm snorting fucking cognac. Oh my God. For the next hour and a half, my throat and my nose, I'm on fire. I've literally snorted cognac. Not good. I don't recommend it. Beautiful smell and vapors that when you breathe into the glass and give it, you've got your hand under like a brandy glass, you know, you're putting the warmth of your hand on to get those vapors. But if you breathe over it, just gently, and then and sample, and you get that burn down the back of the throat. It's nice. Except when the liquid goes down the back of your nose and you get the burn, that's not so nice. That's not so nice. Karen found the wine in the cupboard. It's meant to be her fellas. If I were homeless in Spain, I'd visit all the marinas and try to get a job as a deckhand on someone's boat. No salary, just live aboard with free meals. Interesting. Because of the legal troubles I've already had, I've been careful not to get dragged into being employed. A lot of people have offered work. It's not that I'm afraid of some hard graft. I'm afraid of the tax man when I've already got people breathing down my neck legally. Also, dog. Getting around, going to these how do I get there? I can't get there on foot. Maybe me and the dog on one of these green hoppy fucking electric scooter things. How far would we get before we got pulled over by the police and I'm getting points on my license for a license I don't have? Because that's the thing now. These scooters are now, they're starting to bring in the regulations are there, they're starting to come into effect. Punishments and things for doing things wrong. And yet I still see 2 and 3 people on a fucking hoppy scooter going down. I've seen 6 people on 2 scooters with 2 people driving and all the rest spanning both scooters, one leg on each as they drive down the road. Crazy. Jack Attack, hello. Jack Attack's in the house. He says, don't blame me. It definitely was you, my friend. When I tried to do the condensed version of the of TrampCast 001, you were definitely implicated. Sean Patrick, that is one of my favourite conspiracy theories about Spain. The bureaucracy in large part exists. Oh, it's not a conspiracy theory, my friend. It's a fact. I know it. I watched friends go in to get their, it was NIE at the time, and you walk in and you ask, what do I need? And instead of them giving you a form with a pre-printed, like 4 check boxes of what you bring, your driver's license, your passport, a bank statement, whatever it is, whatever those things are, a copy of your rental contract or whatever. Instead of just giving you a pre-printed list of things for you to check off, the guy wrote down 4 things. And my friend went back the next day with those 4 things. And he presents it to whoever's behind the counter today. And they say, yes, yes, no, yes. Oh, you haven't got this other thing. You didn't need this, but you should have had that. And so he has to go away and come back. He comes back the next day with the correct 4 things. No, 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 no. It's this, that, and some other document you've never fucking heard of. There's no doubt about it. It's a shuffle to make you have to come back 4 and 5 days. Because then they need 4 or 5 encounters at the desk It's more work. It's more. There's just no. The entire. What's the? I don't remember this word. I never remember this word. In Spain, there's a whole category of people. So you've got lawyers, and you've got notaries, but there's a word for people who manage, who manage things on your behalf. When you're dealing with these bodies, you can hire a guy to do it for you, and if you do, everything goes smoothly. I don't remember the word, but it basically means, the word basically means manager or to manage. If you pay a Spanish, it's job creation. You pay someone to handle the bureaucracy for you, and it goes smoothly. If you do it yourself, you will be pissed about from here to kingdom come, because that's how they are. So either way, you're either paying and creating a job for this manager guy in the middle, or you're doing it yourself and you're having to make 5 visits, because that creates more work. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a conspiracy, but it's a conspiracy fact. I am a conspiracy analyst. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't start them, I don't propagate them, but I analyze them. This one has been analysed and been adjudicated to be true. Spanish bureaucracy is deliberately bad as a job creation process. Next. Cheers, Sean. Thank you for the comment. Use the papers as Lou Rowe says Vitruvium. Fiona's in Cambridge. I knew it was the UK from your past comment, from the last comment, yeah. I would smash a Pimm's. Pimm's is a lot like Robinson's cordial, isn't it? It's only really consumed during Wimbledon. Pimm's is one of those croquet on the lawn, and Wimbledon is the what English lawn tennis and croquet association or something. Wimbledon, the lawn tennis, so they're not just tennis, it's tennis and croquet. Pimm's is tennis, croquet, and what's the one on horseback? Polo. Pimm's is right in there. You got to have a Range Rover and stop me if I'm getting too classicist. You don't. David doesn't agree on the bureaucracy thing. That's fair enough, but you've never been a foreigner trying to navigate it, my friend. Go along with someone when they're trying to get their NIE or TIE. Watch how you get the wrong paperwork 3 times and have to come back on different days. You go to the bank to pay your €14 fee, and it turns out your form doesn't have the barcode on it that everyone else's did, and so come back tomorrow and queue again. Pick a number at 7 in the morning from the dispenser, and that's the order you'll be seen at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh no, we didn't get to you, come back tomorrow. You're going to get even more behind when the wine kicks in. Karen said that at 12:36, which was, it's a good 20 minutes ago. Josie agreed with her. What did the vet say? That's amazing. Yeah, you know, she said, here's the injections, here's the stuff, let's see what happens. No promises. But the fact it took her 3 seconds to make Tina yelp to find the problem is, I view that as promising. Maybe little Miss Bumshuffler won't be bumshuffling. Maybe we won't need to buy the set of wheels. Whatever happens, she's only got a couple of years maximum though, because she's at that age. Wow, Sean's got a cat that's pushing 19. That's incredible. I saw a 15, Ben, the cat next door, when I was a teenager. Maybe by the time he was 15, maybe I was 20. But the cat from the girl, owned by the girl next door that I fancied, Ben. He got to 15, which we thought was quite remarkable, but I don't think he got much beyond that. 19's incredible. Jack Attack says race. Did I say something a bit edgy? I'm not sure where we went there. Was it my N-word thing? Gestor, yeah, that's the word. Thank you, Jack Attack. You are in fact correct. It's this whole, it doesn't exist. In the UK, we don't even have fucking notary public. A solicitor is notary public. You go to them and certain when I started my business, folks, get this, I started a limited company. I was a sole trader for, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years. And I decided to expand, and for my own protection, I became a limited company. Now, you could buy limited companies for £200 or £300, pounds not euros, £200 or £300 online. You would reverse into the shell and then rename it, and it would be no. I read a book on this shit. I photocopied a few pages, scanned them in on the computer, filled in the blanks, printed it off, took it to Notary Public, and the fee, get this, not 300, 400, 500, the fee for registering your limited company, £20 to Companies House and £10 to the Notary Public. And the Notary Public is basically, it's just a solicitor who can't be asked to read anything. They just say, yes, I was here, yes, I saw him sign it. They just witness your signature. They're not taking any part in the transaction whatsoever. They're just, I am Notary Public and I did witness this man sign these documents in front of me. We maintained a copy for our records, away you go. I set up a limited company, 20 quid to Companies House, 10 to Notary Public, 10 to the solicitor, £30 all in, limited company. Oh, and £6 for the book that I was photocopying and optical character recognitioning. Is that a word? Recognizing. Optical character recognizing? That's an interesting... What's the proper verbiage there? Optical character recognition is the computer process, but what's the gerund or gerund form? The ing. Optical character recognitioning. Surely it's recognizing. I recognize him through a process of recognition. I'm not recognitioning, I'm recognizing. I don't know. I would go with optical character recognizing, but that seems perverse when the process is optical character recognition. We've got a question for either Susie Dent or Rob Words. We need to, somebody timestamp this shit. We'll get a bit of recognition on a proper YouTube channel. Where was it? Gestor, yeah, that is the word. It's this whole category, this whole barrier between you and bureaucracy. So you're either creating work by the bureaucrats messing you about and having multiple visits, or by forcing you into paying this whole category of worker that doesn't fucking exist in any other country. That's interesting. Gestoria, however you're going to pronounce it. You deal with the paperwork. Being a foreigner surely changes things. Being a foreigner means translate. If you want to deal with it yourself as a foreigner, you got to pay translators, and when you're in this, if you're like stood in the National Police Station trying to do your NIE or TIE as it is now, they will not accept Google Translate. You have to bring a translator with you. Again, a whole other layer of job creation. So paying the gestor, however you're going to pronounce it, saves you from the translation-y stuff. I don't know. David disagrees, but you know, that's okay. We can disagree. You're right about the I'm going to say gestos, although I could be corrected into more of a gestor. I don't know the correct pronunciation. Oh, if you're self-employed, no, autonomo. Fuck no, yeah. Whoa, Spain and autonomo. Self-employed in just. I'm not even. From what I've read, yeah, no. I wouldn't. I was self-employed, like I said, before I became a limited company. I was a one-man band. I was a sole trader. I was self-employed in the UK. But I would, from what I've read, I wouldn't risk that shit over here. No. A small business use the middleman, yeah. As a citizen, no need to. Maybe no need to, but the smoothness. What's the word I'm looking for? The efficiency. Even though you're going to pay more because you're either paying middlemen or you're getting messed about by the staff and back and forth, back and forth. Notaries are the true leechers, says David. I can believe that, my friend, because they don't exist as a thing in other countries. In Britain, lawyers act as notaries, and anything they do, there's a fixed fee for whatever it is they're doing, set by the government, and it's like £10 or £20. There's no hundreds and thousands, and it's just not a thing in the UK. I'd heard the term only because I set up my own business, but then I learned that all solicitors are notaries. And you go along, they don't want to be doing this work, they can't be bothered. It's not bringing in hundreds an hour like their normal work. They're getting paid 10 or it's a statutory fee set by Parliament that they can't vary. It's just not a thing. You see, the general consensus is that the notaries are worse than the gestors or gestors. Charge 3,000 to do inheritance paperwork. By God. Would not a proper solicitor have been cheaper? By the time you're looking at those kind of fees, Jesus. G is always a H. I kind of figured that, but I doubt myself sometimes, Karen. Let me do, I can't believe I've caught up, so I'm going to do top chat, live chat. No, I'm here. You guys must have slacked off. Have the numbers dropped? Folks, if you haven't already, give us a thumbs up. Why not? It's free. If you've seen more than 2 or 3 of my videos and you think you want to see more, hit the subscribe button, please. It helps you and it helps the channel. It helps the channel to grow, sends a signal to YouTube/Google that there's something here people want to see. They will then send a signal out to other people and bring other people in. And it helps you not to miss a video in future, especially if you ring that bell afterwards. Click the bell to make sure you get all notifications, not just random ones as YouTube algorithm decides. Is that? Oh, I think it's a moth. I thought it was a baby cockroach at first, but I'm fairly sure it's a moth. Running around my light while I'm sat here in a field. Can you believe we're 2.5 hours in, folks? It is 1 o'clock here in España. I'm just checking my messages. No, nothing since Joby. Cheers. Do I have? I do. Spot 200 drinking, folks. Wine for the taste, beer for the volume of drink. When you're sat sweating in a field still at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I am wet through still, sat in a field, I'm in the field, not just in the tent. You might not be able to tell because I am just doing the holly thing again, aren't I? The head, the floating head on the screen. I think we're okay there. But how can I put this? I did a too much info thing the other day, didn't I? I don't want to do that again. But when you're taking in a volume of liquid and you're excreting so much less in the manner that you would expect, you start to wonder, and you even beer is 95% water, roughly, maybe 94. 5% alcohol, there's probably 1% carbohydrates, there's still a spoonful of sugar that hasn't gone anywhere, and the rest is basically just water. But when you're sat in a field all day sweating like a who knows what, I haven't got the vocabulary that's polite. I have lots of impolite phrases for sweating like a... Oh, the cops are going past. They've not gone past. He's not gone past. Oh, yes. Okay. I was worried. I thought he'd stopped at the top of the road and was going to turn down. There is a whole new batch of cops in Torrevieja. Shiny new cars. Half of them are pickup trucks with the hard shell on the back. The flatbed. You call them, they're not flatbeds, are they? They are pickups, but with the hard shell over. All new cars, brand spanking new uniforms, and the cops look like they're fresh out of the academy. So they may be, or they may have just been rotated in here out of another area. But what happens is, they're driving past, tent in what looks like public land. Let's go get him. And so they're all stopping by at the minute for a chat. 3 in the last month. Maybe they've got the message after I've told a few of them, but here we go. Let me go. Shit, they're ripping us off then. The notaries probably. Gary Green said something that okay. I'm assuming something malicious because my friend Jack Attack has jumped in and silenced that. Somebody said gross, Gary. David said gross. There we go. What's your favourite Spanish beer? Oh, that's a good one. I used to enjoy a glass of Cruz Campo. In the set, but I think I enjoyed it because of the location more than the beer. At the very first bar that I got a drink when I came to Spain to live, I was in the centre of town, and the road was Sal. Oh, not Almudena. It's before I moved to Almudena. Calle Sal? De Sal, Calle. There was Palangra and Sal, which are close together. They run. So Torrevieja tries to be a grid. Doesn't always make it, but tries to be a grid in the centre. One road goes up, one road goes down, and the same with the cross. One goes left, one goes right. I got those the wrong way around, but you know what I mean. They're thin with parking either side. They're quite wide if it wasn't for the parking, but there's a single lane through the middle. One goes one way, one goes the other. One goes one way, one goes the other. The roads were Palangra and Sal, and it was my second night here. My first day I got here, I got to the apartment, I went for a long walk, I came back to the apartment, made sure I could find my way home. Always important, folks, when you're somewhere new, you gotta scout the area and see so that if you miss, you know when you're near. Don't just arrive and just fuck off out. You gotta walk the area a bit first so that you know, oh, if I end up here, I'm this, and if I'm there, and if I'm here, you gotta get the area. Then you can go for a walk. Do your stuff, come back, miss, because you're gonna miss. You're not gonna land on the right area first. But you've got a couple of landmarks to guide you in then, and hopefully you've got a phone. And I didn't. Mine, when I arrived in the country, my phone refused to do the what do you call it? The wandering thing. The what's it called? When your phone connects to a network that's not yours, but they arrange all that shit between them. I haven't got the vocabulary apparently. Apparently I'm an imbecile tonight, folks. It's not called wandering. What's another word that's like wandering? You guys will have it. Roaming. Fucking thank you, Karen. Jesus Christ. Anyway, my first day I didn't drink anything. The second day, I went for a walk and I went right off and do you know at the port you go up the steps and then there's the wooden, like the left hand wall of the port, there's a big walk elevated. I did that entire walk right to the end and then right back, and then I went and I sat down in front of Deutsche Bank and had a beer. That was day 2 actually. I'm telling a lie. Not first night, but that was day 3 when I did the long walk. Day 2, I went around. I had a list of bars on my phone that I was going to go to, and everyone I went to was closed and derelict and not open. And we got to like 9 o'clock at night, and I'm like, "Where's a fucking bar?" And I went to one called opposite Viking. It was called Mung Tavern. M-U-N-G, like a mung bean. The bean that they crush and they make, I think they make noodles or something from the fibres. It's all vegetarian. It's not really my thing. I don't know. But Mung Tavern. It's renamed now. It's got a different name. That was my first beer. The next day I did the long walk along the port wall and came back. Sat down in front of Deutsche Bank. And I've got a beer, it's sunny. It's February, like February the 19th or 20th, right? So in England, this would be ice cold. This would not be a day that you sat anywhere. You would be inside with a woolly jumper and the heating on. I'm sat in shorts and a t-shirt with a cold beer in baking hot sun. And my face is smiling, and this lady on the next table, she turns to me, she says, "You've only recently arrived, haven't you?" And I go, "Yeah." She said, "I can tell." She said, "You're beaming like from fucking ear to ear. Your smile is," and she says, "You're not just on holiday, are you?" "No, I'm here. This is me. I'm here now." Always remember that. But that wasn't the first day. The second day was Mung Tavern on Palangra. It's either on Palangra or on Sal. There's 2 roads come down together. Underneath my apartment was further up. Ramon Diego Garcia or something like that was the road. And the bar underneath my apartment was called Balcano or something like that. Balcano. It's okay when you can look down from your balcony and there's a bar. Are you detecting a pattern yet? But the question was, what's your favourite beer? The Cruz Campo was just because you could sit on that street and at, let's say 11:30, you're in shade, so you have a cup of coffee. But then the sun, I'm going the wrong way, then the sun comes around, the shadows retreat, and suddenly you're in sun. And for the next 4 hours, even though you're on quite a narrow street, the sun is directly overhead in summer. That was lovely. To just sit there, have a coffee, and then 2, 3, maybe squeeze a 4th beer in before you're in shade. And by the time you're in shade, you're glad you're in shade because it's fucking hot. So you're glad the sun's gone around and behind the other building and now you're in shade. So whether the Cruz Campo, whether I like that because it's a good beer, I'm told by other people it's not a good beer. I have happy memories of it. But in the end, any of them, I drink supermarket beer. Steinberg from Mercadona. Argus with a U, not Argos, not the shop in the UK, but Argus from Lidl. And then you've got these ones which we've discussed before with the German sounding names. M. de Brau is this one. There's another one, something else, Brau. Apparently brewed in Belgium, but under license from somebody on behalf of something or other in Spain. So, At heart, folks, I'm a bitter drinker. We can argue, and we do, whether there's a difference between a bitter and an India Pale Ale, an IPA. If there's a difference, I'll be damned if I can spot it. A nice dark brown pint of ale, basically. In England, we'll call it bitter. The campaign for real ale wonks will tell me some distinction, but nah. Aguila, the Aguila, that's Eagle, yeah. I've had that. I like that. But those, yeah, they're meant to be drunk very cold. Alhambra, yeah. Bottle beer, I don't. Okay. Where do we start, folks? Do you see this can? 33 centilitres, 330 millilitres, if you want. That's too small. I hate these rinky-dinky little cans. In England, 440 is a minimum, 500 is an optimal. 500 ml can of John Smith's or Tetley's or whatever. These rinky-dinky little cans took some getting used to. They've got bottles here that are 250 fucking mil. What am I meant to do with that? I open that and it evaporates. I mean, there's fuck all there. 250 mil. Ugh. No. Just I'm not paying money for no. Now, when I find them on the floor next to a bin full, I think what would happen there is, there was one spot in particular where this would happen every second week or so. I think what happened there was that someone was like leaving the country and they'd bought a 24 pack or something, and there'll be 2 or 3 lads there, and they're drinking out every night, and they're only having one at home. And when they come to leave, and they've got 2, 4, 6, 8 left, and they just put them on the floor next to the bin. Thank you, appreciated. In those instances, I valued the 250 milliliter beers, but it's not something I would ever fucking pay for myself. I couldn't drink that little. When I drink, you see me now, I've got wine. Wines are nice, it's strong, it's flavoursome. But I need a volume. When I'm drinking, I need to drink. I need a volume of liquid. I need, input. Johnny number 5. Input. I couldn't pay for like a 6-pack or a 12-pack of 25 milliliter beer. It's just not a real fucking drink. There's more glass than there is drink. That's so inefficient. That's just wrong. Oscar exited at about 1:15. Hopefully you're still here to see me say goodbye. Goodbye, Oscar. Roman. Okay, have I lost you all to such an extent that no one's even talking, or is my chat jammed up? That was Oscar going goodbye. Ismo! Kipis, amigo. Everybody. Kipis, Kippis. Kipis, Ismo. Oh! That's my amigo. Mi amigo. Amigo mio. Suave. Steinberg Suave. There's Jack Attack. Yes, there's the Steinberg Suave from Mercadona. What does Lidl call their special one? It says Argus Suave. I think theirs is Argus Especial. It's 6.5%. And that's the one that Christian put an unknown quantity into the bag one day. When they wouldn't sell him the beer in 12 packs, so he just put the bag under the shelf, swept the shelf into the bag, put it on the conveyor, and they said, "How many's that?" And he went, "I don't fucking know, your job." If you sold them in 12 packs, I could have told you it was like 6 12 packs, but that's on you. Next time, sell them in 12 packs. 2 weeks later, they were selling them in 12 packs. They'd been literally cutting every 12 pack open and putting individual cans, whole shelves full of individual cans, and you could not buy 12 beers. It's the most... If I go shopping for me and my friends and we want to have a night on the beer and we're going to sit on the balcony and you know, cut loose, we don't want to be buying individual fucking cans. We want to buy a 12 pack between 3 people, just 4 beers each. I mean, that's the first hour. Jose, okay, you're what? Meeting with the police tomorrow. That you can't go. That's, you've just opened up a whole nother level of conversation. If not now, maybe we have that conversation. I'll probably do a TrampCast special tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Friday would be a normal night for a TrampCast special. Today was a little bit random because of Tina and the vets. But the girls go together. Okay. Lapland is bar pint. Lapland $9.90 for 1 beer at the bar. No. Pint, not paint. No A, no A. $9.90 for a beer. And it's gonna be cold in Lapland anyway, isn't it? And you don't even get night. There's no night in Lapland right now, no? It's light all the time. I don't trust cans outdoors. Heard of people swallowing wasps in them, dying, and get paranoid now. Vitruvium. That's a lovely name. Have I asked you before? Is there a real name there? Are you a John, a Jack, a Peter, a Jane, a Joanna? What? Vitruvium's a lovely name, but I prefer something a bit more normal. I've swallowed flies recently. I've told the tale of when I had a plastic glass in this field. When I first arrived, this field was very wet. It's very dry nowadays because of the drainage channel at the top. But I've told the tale, I had a plastic glass with a tiny little lip on, and I put my glass, I used to put things into shoes to keep them level. You would stand a 2-litre bottle or a bottle of wine or a bottle of cola, you stand it in a shoe to keep it level in the field, to keep it upright. Because if you didn't, it would fall over and then it would knock your drink over, and that was a waste. Where was I going? Oh, the glass. Yeah, I had a plastic glass with a lip, and I was constantly on the lookout for snails and slugs. And I checked this glass, I held it up to the light, I couldn't see anything. I put it to my mouth, and right under this little plastic lip was the thinnest sliver of like a baby slug in my mouth. You can die. Slugs have lungworm, I think it's called, is like a mite or a worm that they have that can find its way to your brain and dig through and yeah, not good. Bees and wasps, yeah. If you get stung by a bee in your mouth, that's a hospital visit. If you're particularly what's the word, vulnerable, if you're more vulnerable than average, yeah, you can be looking at EpiPen and anaphylaxis and that can be deadly. For most people, It's going to be a restricted airway. It's going to be a struggle, but you're going to survive. Bees and wasps in the mouth. For most people, dangerous but not deadly, unless you're more vulnerable than average. Small children, little old ladies, or people who are compromised immune systems, maybe. Oops. Josie says, tell you later. You definitely will. I need to know. $9.90 for half a litre of beer, for a pint, roughly. Actually, a pint's... Hold on. Pint's more than half a litre, isn't it? Pint's something like 560 ml. 540, 550, 560. Jack Attack will fact check me. £7 a pint in Cheshire. What the fuck? It was £3.20 when I left Lancashire. It is 9 years ago, so who knows? Ryan from Valencia, originally from Dublin. Ryan from Dublin, living in Valencia. I've been saying Vitrium and it's Vitruvium. Vitruvium. Why have I got Frankie Howard in my... I'm thinking Frankie Howard, 568, thank you. Okay, it was more... what was I saying? I was saying like 30, 540 to 530. 568. Yeah. David's off for sleep. Understandable, my friend. It is 1:30, yeah? It is 1:30. I've got brightness turned up here. I don't know whether where am I for power? Hold on. Oh, and I'm giving you the extreme. I'm down to 73 on the EcoFlow because what happened earlier? I think I left the cool box on and ended up on 85% when the sun moved off the solar panel. And I had the choice. I could have chased the sun. I could have moved the solar panel on the EcoFlow. But because for the first time in a week that cable had come loose, I'd rammed it in the past, and even when I've been unplugging the connector and plugging it back in, the cable had stayed connected to the connector, if that. Connected to the connector. But today, this morning, it didn't, it moved, and so I was reluctant to start moving things about, and then I've unplugged it anyway and brought it here because it's necessary. You guys, I couldn't have talked to you guys without bringing the EcoFlow here. At the time I started, I would have been down on power. I'm on 100%. Is the audio okay? You're not getting crackles? Sometimes when we get to 100% and the cable's still plugged in, it gets crackly. Nobody's mentioned anything. I'm just aware I am on 100% power and the cable is plugged in. Soul Mining, there's an interesting name. Hold on. Bless you, man. What's the temperature been like there today? It's been about 32 or 33, depending on which app you look at. I've got thermometer. Fuck. Does anyone remember me losing the thermometer about 2 months ago in the bedroom? It was on the edge of the bed. Still not found the fucker. I have lost so many things in that bedroom. Pens, pencils, the 12-volt adapter, the cigarette lighter to 2 USB port adapter, gone. I need to replace that because there are times I need to be able to do more than 2 things with USB. And so you can get some now with like 4 or 6 ports on the cigarette, on the adapter, on the thing that plugs into the 12-volt port. I need to look at that. But Chino Bazaar. If I could go to the other Chino Bazaar, the other side of town, over by the big Mercadona at the other side. But you have to, that's one of those places where everything's in crystal cases and you have to go find a member of staff for the thing you want to buy. and then they'll march after they've taken 10 minutes to find which key it is to undo thing. Then they march you down to the till, and you have to buy it there and then you resume your shopping trip afterwards. Fuck. Somebody said something. You were asking what the temperature today, 32 or 33. By the weekend, Saturday is going to be 36. Now, that is going to be hell, I'll be honest. That's just shy of 100 degrees in old money. But it's not that. It's the fact that the day starts with humidity at 90%, 95 some days, and doesn't really drop below 60. So the high temperature and high humidity at the minute, which isn't normal. Spain is normally a fairly dry heat. This year, not so fucking much. Yeah, this is why there's dew everywhere in the morning. Everything's wet in the morning, because you're only a degree or so above the dew point, and probably at altitude, you know, the dew point's different, and the dew is condensing. Everything's covered in water in the morning. What do you do? Also, guys, I'm about a week behind with watching these back. Normally I will watch back TrampCasts and TrampCast Hangouts as part of like a quality control. I want to make sure I don't come across as too big a jerk. I want to make sure I haven't like opened up a question that doesn't get answered and just left it hanging. And so I will go off and research things that I am more than a week behind with I haven't watched last Friday's TrampCast Hangout. Oh, quick yawn. Hopefully it's not catching. I yawn, then you yawning causes me to yawn. Not good. Soul mining. Have you got a proper name? Is there a... Was in Seville the other week watching Jean-Michel Jarre, was 42, red hot. You weren't watching him live, he's been dead a little while, yeah? But he was fantastic. 42 degrees is incredible. My tent gets hotter, but 42 degrees out in the shade, that would be ridiculous. I mean, if it's 42 in the shade, what is it in the sun? And if it's 42 in the sun, what is it in the tent? No idea. Not good. Not good. That's all I can say. I just got myself an EcoFlow the other day and I'm not using the cable yet. Do you need one? I'm good. My friend Karen's bringing me one in the next few days. Now, when you bought the EcoFlow, did you tell them that I sent you? Tell them that you'd never heard of EcoFlow. You didn't know what a solar generator was or a solar system. And it's all down to Delta Mike Torrevieja. Or Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Tell them that I've had other people send me commission. They said, hey, I didn't know these were a thing, and thank you, and have some cash. That's nice. That's nice. People know about like electric generators, you know, diesel, petrol generators, propane generators. But so many people still don't know that these solar powered things. Stick a solar panel onto an EcoFlow, and you're independent of the grid to some extent. Whether it's just for powering a fridge or a freezer, or whether you're living in a tent and it's powering your phones and your tablets and your this, that, and the other. Maybe you're in an apartment and you power it from the grid. You power it normally, and you're just waiting for the power cut, and you've got a pre-charged battery just waiting to roll. All these things are possible. Oh shit. Getting tired, folks. Equalizer, Robert McCall, best series. It absolutely was. Don't get me wrong, I like Denzel Washington in the Equalizer films, but he's no Edward Woodward, is he? He's a fine actor, but he's not a Shakespearean actor like an Edward Woodward. Edward Wood, and the name, Edward Woodward. Woodward. I mean, come on. That alone, Edward Woodward. Films, when they do a film of some iconic TV series, like when they did a film of Starsky and Hutch, it's a one-off. If they get a sequel and they do a second, you're getting 1.5, maybe if they do a sequel, 3 hours. If they do not, maybe you're getting 5 hours of entertainment from 3 films. Or you can just watch a fucking TV series from the 80s and you've got about 150 hours of entertainment. Why would you choose 5 hours over 100 hours? It doesn't make sense. Edward Woodward for the win. Cheers to Edward Woodward. In the original film, The Wicker Man, when they said a virgin would die when the effigy was burned, Edward Woodward was the guy, the policeman who came to save the girl. What you didn't know was he was a virgin, and he died in the bonfire at the end when they burnt the Wicker Man. There you go. Twist. When someone says the virgin's going to die, you assume a girl, don't you? Admit it, you do. Maybe nowadays, I guess, with incels and things. Isma watched the 3 Equalizer films with Denzel many times. He does a good job. He's just not Edward Woodward. Hold on. I've got he's alive and well, 76 years of age. Who is? Jean-Michel Jarre. I thought he died a few years ago. Did he not? I will tell you now, I've just been Mandela affected. He's alive. I know his brother, Maurice, who did a lot of film scores and things, he died. I was certain Jean-Michel Jarre had died about 5 years ago. You're telling me no? That's... Guys, I'm in the wrong universe. Can anybody get me back to my own universe? I specifically downloaded his discography because he died. That's top Mandela effect. And I remember Mandela's long walk to freedom. I remember him walking after he was released from prison. I'm not one of these people that thinks that he died in 1990. It was January or February 1990. He was released from prison. I was in Wolverhampton at the time. Don't ask why or how. Just don't go there. A place called the Scotlands. If you know Wolverhampton, you will know that the Scotlands is the roughest end of Wolverhampton. I had friends who lived in the Scotlands, and I didn't know what I was getting myself into. Cheers to Wolves. Wolverhampton Wanderers, the football team. Steve Bull was he called, the football player at the time. He was captain of Wolves, and they were in like the they weren't in the top division, they were in the next division down. But he got a place in the England team despite being in the wrong division. And then they came up a division and all was well with the world. I believe I'm right in saying he's one of those guys that played his entire career with the one team. From youth, right the way through youth and reserves, second team, first team, and then took them to promotion and into the Premiership or whatever it was called at the time. It might not have been called the Premiership at the time. I struggle. See, to me, it will always be the first division. Because when I grew up, the top tier football was the first division. To suddenly find you had something above first, Premier. That's just a fancy word. That's just French for first. What are you doing? No, we're not first division. We're Premier division. What? That's just another word for the same. It's like your Starbucks. What are their measures? They all mean big. It's 3 different words for big, for your coffee sizes. I just need to scroll back because Vitricium told me Ryan. Vitruvium, sorry, I'm sticking an S in where it don't belong. There was David leaving. I think I said goodbye. Vitruvium Soul Mining. That's another interesting name. Is there a real name there, Soul Mining? I'd rather refer to a Peter or a Richard or a John. I mean, handles are okay for YouTube, but in the real world, men talk man to man, and we. It's like when I wave at one of these wankers and they look away. They're looking at me. I wave and they look away, and I'm like, beta. A man meets another man's gaze. Man says, "Hail fellow, well met, I mean you no harm." And the other guy goes, "Why thank you, amigo, I mean you no harm either." Now women walk past and 3/4 of them are totally puzzled. They don't know what to do when you wave. Sometimes you'll get a wave and it's a meek, but they're playing at it. But the number of them that aren't even looking around, the number of times I will wave at a family and the guy and youngest son will wave and the rest have got no idea this has even happened. And it's literally "Hail fellow, well met, I mean you no harm, I hope you mean me no harm." And they wave back open-handed, no weapons, we're all good, it's good. That's what it means. And women just walk past fucking oblivious that it even happened. Their man's protecting them and their group. They didn't see it happen. They don't know it happened. If they saw it, they'll be like, "Why are you waving at him? Why are you waving at the fucking tramp in the field?" It's entirely, I don't know what to say. It's over there. They didn't know it happened. Their fellow has met the gaze of potential trouble in a field, and he has established, "I mean you no harm, you mean me no harm, we're all good, carry on about your business." This whole interaction has happened in 2 seconds. She doesn't even know it was there. She's just, no, it's just gone. It's not a thing. He did. I think he stuck to his team. Steve Bull stuck to Wolves, the Wolverhampton Wanderers. I think his entire career, and he had lots of other opportunities. I mean, he was scoring weekly, like to such an extent that the other teams were expressing an interest. Soul Mining Steve, is that your name? Soul Mining is Steve or Stephen, but Steve. Chippy's in the house. Hey, how far in? I'm only 3 1/4 hours in. I'm just doing the top chat, live chat shuffle just to, ooh, football. Okay, mate. Hand your testicles in at the door. You've just lost your man card. I'm still enjoying the Sam Elliott Muzzy. The surround needs another trim, and I was gonna do the side. Just the sideboards. That's not right. Is it sideburns? But my mate Karen's arriving in the country any day now, and she's far more adept at this shit than me. I want the fuzzy muzzy. I want the big muzzy. I want this cut back almost to the bone, and I want the neck beard gone. So I'll probably have to do that with a Bic. Actually, I've got a Mach 3 tucked away somewhere, maybe. But we got but the hair, folks, the hair. Now, this time of year, my head currently is wet through. It's caked in sweat and do you remember if you were here on Sunday, the lady that said, "When did you last wash?" Me, it's 2 or 3 times a week. It's not a fixed thing. It's just as and when. But my hair hasn't been washed for 18 months, and I'll be honest. For most of that time, it's been fine. It has its little. It'll have 3 or 4 days of being greasy. It'll have 3 or 4 days of being dry, and it settles and it stabilizes, and it's all good. But June, July, August, you know, it's. I don't know the exact time now. Maybe Jack Attack or someone can look up Torrevieja's temperature. I'd put it at above 28, 29, maybe 30. 1 o'clock in the morning. It's sweaty. I'm sweaty. My t-shirt is clarty sweaty. I mean, it just is. Do I have enough water to wash a t-shirt? Oh, okay. If you were here Sunday and you saw me go too much info about having to dig it out with a stick, I didn't, but you know that conversation. I took my undies off a couple of nights ago. I've gone commando because my undies were wet with sweat 24/7, and that's crotch rot. You carry on with that, and it didn't matter how much I wiped with alcohol. What do you call them? Nappy wipes, whatever they're called. But these are alcohol infused things. It doesn't matter how much you're wiping around. The fact that your undies are just wet through with sweat all day, every day, you're gonna get athlete's foot of the balls. It's not going to be great. It's like foot rot when you're in the trenches. It's so right now my undies are hanging up inside the tent drying, and I've been for 2 days, and they haven't dried yet. I could have put them outside in the sun. That would have made a difference. But are we? If I look and I see TMI, too much info, what's your team? I've always been a Liverpool fan, and I've always been accused of just picking Liverpool because they're winners. But no, there's a family connection. My dad's best friend and was from Liverpool. And I worked in Liverpool as a teenager. I've said this before about the Robertson's Jam Factory. When Robertson's with the Gollywog went, the row of workshops that they had, my dad's friend, Billy, Billy Dunn, had one of the workshops, and his workshop had a big metal plate bolted to the floor. That was the well when they got the water. When Robertson's jam moved from that site to another site, people complained that the jam tasted different, and no one could work out why. And it's because at the new site they used tap water, and at the old site they had their own natural spring kind of well. That was the difference. On the border of Bootle and Aintree, I don't know the specifics. Is John Aldwinkle here? John Aldwinkle, if he's not. I haven't seen him tonight, I don't think. If John Aldwinkle was here, he could explain. I used to get off the train at a place called Old Roan. A roan is an old horse. Old roan, I think an old chestnut kind of horse. Strawberry chestnut kind of coloured horse, but old. The train line was on the top of a bank. You came down, there's a pub directly underneath, but if you go the other way and turn right and follow this Copy Lane, I think it was called, the past the Copy Lane police station. This thing's famous for some reason, possibly a Beatles song, but not sure. Past Copy Lane police station, and he lived just down there. But his work. So this guy did skips. If your skip's got holes in it in the bottom, holes in the floor, you hammer the floor out, and then he'd replace a new floor onto your skip, and give it a new lease of life. And any other patches and all, holes in the side or whatever, but little patches like. But the biggie was the floor. If the floor needs replacing, knocking the whole thing off and going again. But yeah, literally, we stood on top of the water source that made Robertson's jam. And after they moved, it was never the same again. Advertising wise, you've got the whole gollywog thing. Can I even say that word? It's got the 3 letters at the end that you're not allowed to say. But if you're not allowed to say gollywog, you're definitely not allowed to say nigger, are you? And I did a few weeks ago, and I did just now. I thought about it. I will not have my speech policed. Just shut up. I'm not calling anybody names. I'm not being racist. I'm not being nasty. Just do not attempt to police my speech, because policing my speech is next door. It's adjacent to policing my thoughts. Don't do that. Don't do that. I won't allow you to do that. You try and police my thoughts, I will strike back. You try and police my speech, I will push back. These are not words that I would say to a person of colour. Or a coloured person. Oh! When I was a teenager, we were taught to say coloured person as a polite way. It was a polite catch-all term, so as to not say black, brown, yellow, da-da-da-da-da. If you're coloured, then you're a coloured person. You're a person of colour, you're a coloured person. If you're a person of red, you're a red person. I mean, those are just tautological, those are just different ways of saying the same fucking shit. So don't say that coloured person is racist, but person of colour isn't. They are the same fucking... Those are the same words, just in a different order. Don't do that. Don't make me out to be racist when I'm not racist, just because I said some words. Do not police my speech. Do not police my thoughts. Because if it goes far enough, I'll push back, and not just with words. I will push back. Okay. Here endeth the lecture. There goes half the audience. Because Chippy gets bored of footy talk. He doesn't like footy talk. That's okay. Explains a lot of the rules. It can be quite interesting. Okay. 27 just now. Degrees, 27. Okay. Chessie sack. What? Gary Green says Chessie sack. I'm going to need context because maybe I'm just behind. That was at 1:49. Currently, 50, so I'm 7 minutes behind. Chessie sack doesn't ring any bells. Chippy, Jack Attack was toasting or saying cheers to Chippy. Commando ball. Okay, commando balls. That's me with taking the undies off, going commando. Yeah, hombre. Listen. It was that, or get foot rot of the testes. I mean, it would have been. There would have been. Skin would have just been another few days. Skin would have just been hanging off. It's. Colleague grew up inside of Old Trafford. That makes you enemies. Absolutely. Manchester and Liverpool. In fact, fuck. You got the whole Everton Liverpool thing. We don't even need to go as far as Manchester for enemies. Everton. I'm trying to remember the name of an area, and I was in that area. I was in the Everton area, basically. Why can I not remember the name of it? It's only 30 odd years ago. Everton. Most people when I was in Liverpool, most people were Evertonians. Yeah, they were the toffee men. It's just a word. Intent is what matters. I agree entirely, mate. But a lot of people just don't get it, and I don't want to keep like re-emphasizing the fact that I said the word, and then I say the word to emphasize the fact I said the word. It's not my intention. Not a word that I'm gonna use. It's certainly not a word I'm gonna use to another human being. I said already I did do it that once, but he was trying to con me. I mean, what do you want me to do? There are better, more accurate words. That's a stretch. There are more offensive words for Indian people in India that are malicious. They do have their own set of words, and that's not really one. But I did use it on a call center guy that was trying to con me. But ordinarily, not a word I'm going to use. Whoa, Gary, when's the last time a lady sucked your flute? 4 years? Maybe? Why? Are you fascinated by my sex life? Are you laying in bed, stroking yours, wondering about when I got mine looked after? Is that what you're doing? You got a thing going? Are you a furry? You got a butt plug? I think you've got a butt plug. I like to think you've got a fox's tail sticking out of your backside, and it's vibrating nicely. When you take it out, though, careful that you don't shit the bed. By the way, who sucks a flute? You blow a flute. You blow across a flute. So that's a bit of a weird analogy anyway, isn't it? I suspect Gary's not really all there. Jethro Tull, I mean, he knew how to blow a flute, didn't he? Blow across a flute. They? Was Jethro Tull the name of the guy or the band? I mean, he was exceptional. Roan, yeah, that's the word. R-O-A-N. It's an old horse of some description. I don't know the specifics, but Alex Roker. Hello, Alex Roker. Jethro Tull invented the plough. Okay. Wasn't it? I don't think it was the plough. Jethro Tull invented the, what do you call the circulation? The fallow, the set aside, leaving a field fallow for a year. Wasn't that Jethro Tull? I don't think it was the plough is an ancient. We've had the plough since before the before times. I'm gonna go with the leaving fields fallow, the crop rotation, as Jethro Tull. Are you out there, Jack Attack? Fact check me. I'm going crop rotation and leaving one field fallow, one field set aside. Seed drill. I googled it. Seed drill's different from plough. Okay, but fair enough. Cheers to you, Alex Roca. Roca. Espanol? The seed drill. That's an interesting one. It's the plough and then some, isn't it? Putting the seeds in the slot or in the. Okay, fair enough. I stand corrected. I like that. I like to stand corrected. We learn something together, and we're probably relearning. We probably learned this in history or geography or some such in. Well, in my case, in 1981 or 82. Dibber by hand. Yeah. There's a guy online I watch that plants potatoes in. He gets free buckets from the florists. Are they 12-inch or 10-inch? I think 10-inch water buckets, I think he calls them. When flowers are delivered to the florists, they all come in these little plastic fucking tuppenny halfpenny buckets. He takes them, and anytime he's got any potato, if he gets a bag of potatoes from Sainsbury's and he's got a potato left at the end, plants it in the bottom of the bucket and grows them. And almost invariably gets somewhere between £1.50 and £1.75 of potatoes for the cost of one potato, which is nice. Occasionally, once or twice a year, he'll get £2 out of one potato. This is a homegrown veg. Bloke called Jim. Really like him. If you're of a gardening persuasion, go and watch Homegrown Veg. Homegrown Veg. VEG. 3 separate words. Homegrown Veg. Bloke called Jim. Tell him I sent you. I've been watching he had a dog called Molly years ago, about 5 or 6 years ago, before COVID. And Molly was great, but she loved eating the potato. He's emptying these pots and taking the potatoes out. And as he's taking them out in the wheelbarrow, he's dumping them out and sifting through the soil. Molly's there, snatch a fucking potato. After a while, he started giving her the little ones, the tiny little, and he named them Mollies. And when Molly died, I cried along with him. And now he's got another dog called Meg. Well, he's got a couple, but one of them's called Meg. And he's got this, it was, this, you get a ball on a rope, and the rope's in like a figure 8. The ball seems to have gone, but Meg, she's constantly, she brings the rope and she just dumps it in the wheelbarrow, and he's in the middle of recording a video trying to empty the potatoes and get them out, and he's like, fuck off, and he throws it away as far as he can, and she's back and she dumps it. Just go. And it will, if there's a tiny, if he's in the potato and he's got his big, he's got all the, and then there's one or two little ones, he calls them mollies after his first dog that ate all the little ones, and he feeds the mollies to Meg and the other dog. Homegrown veg, folks, and Jim. Northerner, very much a northerner, very obviously, very blatantly a northerner. I don't know the specifics, but I'm thinking North Yorkshire somewhere. Near the coast as well, because he took a day trip out one day and the dog was running on the beach. Lovely bloke, lovely channel. Yeah. Here we go. Dibber by hand. Yes, I like learning. Everyone should like learning. Yes, Mike, indeed, says Alex. That was the Espanol. Is that what you're saying indeed to, Alex? Yeah. As a Sparky, that's an electrician, the phrase is every day is a school dat? I'm guessing dat is day and that's a type. Yeah, okay, next line, day. Every day is a school day. Yeah, we should all endeavour to learn something new every day. One thing a day, I mean, that's 365 things a year, isn't it? If you learn that much every day of every year of your life, what's that? It's 1,000 things every 3 years. Let's say you're going to live to be 90. So you've got 30 lots of 3 years. 30,000 things that you're going to learn. Without going out and trying, that's just one thing a day every day. 30,000 things in your lifetime. Why would you not want to learn 30,000 things? If I said to you now, I can teach you 30,000. No effort, no nothing. You're just gonna know. Whoa, fuck. Depth perception in the dark with shining lights. Sorry, folks. I hope no one was wearing headphones. Chiefy says, I'm getting into gardening after remnants of depression, clearing the place. Have what I think is a couple of volunteer potato plants. Those are the ones where, when you've grown something the year before, the ones left in the ground that grow back up. They're called volunteers, don't they? Yeah. I will either eat well or die. Jack Attack, learn not to do that again. Was that smacking the phone and knocking it over? Is that where you're going? I never learned that lesson. I shall smack the fucking phone again. That wine really is rather nice. The only wine I've had nicer, and I kick myself, I re-released a video today of when I found 2 shopping bags of booze next to the bin up yonder. One of those bottles of wine, I don't like sweet wine. I prefer ordinarily a dry red, like a Rioja or similar. A dry red. The drier the better. One of those reds was really sweet and was almost like cough medicine. It had the same treacly, sickly sweet consistency going down. So it's a red, it's deep dark red, fruity, but sweet to the point of cough medicine. It was fucking lovely. And I've got no idea what that would be, where I would get it from, how it would be, where to find it. I think I tried to take a photograph of it, but it didn't come out right. Didn't take. And it's on an old phone that I no longer have access to for now. But if anybody's got an idea, a deep, dark red wine that is kind of dry, but kind of sickly sweet, almost medicinal, benylin, almost benylin flavour. That I mean, that can't be right, but almost, kind of, sort of. I would love to have a case of that shit, because it goes against what I would normally drink. Deep dark Rioja. What's the other one? Deep dark. Oh, it's been years. I was in like a wine club, and they sent these things out, and you didn't know what you were getting, but then you rated them, and they would tailor your future selection based on what you liked and what you didn't. Now, I'm a Barnsley lad. I'm not here to espouse the, you know, the woody oatiness of the barrel with hints of chocolate and cinnamon. That's that's not where we're at. That's just not me. The woody fucking oatiness of the barrel. Let's have a look, folks. Let's have a look. Learned not to do that again. This is the wine that I said I was going to open yesterday and didn't. It's been in the tent for about a month. Not true. It was outside the tent for 2 weeks at least. And then I brought the bag inside. It's low on the ground, so stayed cool-ish. Fortunately, plastic cork, not real cork. So it wasn't going to dehydrate, shrink, and oxidize the wine. We've got a good seal on it, even now when I've turned the cork upside down to seal it. And I am 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way down the bottle. But yeah, this is the wine I was going to have yesterday, but didn't. I figure, guys, some things, I've got like a bag of potatoes in there. I got to eat those this weekend, because if I don't eat them this weekend, they're going to go off. You're in a tent at 50 degrees C in places, in parts, depending on the height and the. How long do you think? How long do you think the potatoes are going to last? There's potatoes, onions, and a bit of garlic in there as well. But it's got to get used, doesn't it? If I just hold on to it, they'll turn spongy and sloppy, and fingers go through, and the stink of that stink when potatoes coagulate and turn mushy. No. People have left me food. I should eat the food before it goes bad, wherever I can. I don't always get through everything, but I should endeavour so to do. I should try to do it. I should try and get through everything that's left to me. Otherwise, it's an insult to the people who donated. I don't know why, but I get the idea. We're not going to beat 37 today on the thumbs up. That was the record that we reached the other day, I think. I think we hit 36 or 37. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't. You know, as people cycle in and out, if enough of you hit the button, we have a chance at making the record. I've started yawning, so I don't think I'm going to be going that much longer. I know how yawning is addictive. Addictive is not the word I'm looking for. when it catches. What's the word? I haven't got it. Transmissible, but that's not what I was thinking. Doesn't matter. Shall we, let's have a look at the real star of the show. Let's try not to wake her up too much. I'm going to point to the ground. Here she is, look. There she is. Spread out to be cool. I did have to tie her to the tree. Otherwise she'd chase after people on the road. That's my girl. Light off. Back to me, who thinks he's the star of the show, but clearly he's not. The whole show is about Tina and the vets. That's what we're aiming for. Folks, anybody out there? I am. I know I said earlier that when I say I'm a tramp, it's performative. I mean, it is. But I am a homeless guy living in a field. What do you... Give me a single 4-letter word or 5-letter... Give me a word that sums up unemployed arsehole, trapped and living in a field. Tramp just... It kind of says it all, yeah? Slightly performative, I admit it. It's... Most tramps don't have a degree from a top 3 business school in the world. Blah, 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 blah. I'd object to their definition of themselves as a top 3 business school in the world, but that was, and probably still is, their advertising mantra. Most tramps probably can't list United Nations bodies or international peacekeeping forces or central bodies within the NHS as clients. Former clients, I guess. It's a thing. It's a thing. But here I am. I am these things. I am those people. The multitudinous of me. Oh man. I was listening to a sci-fi story earlier. I tell a lie. It wasn't a story, it was like a summation, it was a summary of Doctor Who, and the Doctor, they have blonde hair. The Doctor, they have a long scarf. Just they as a singular is just fucking painful to my... They, them, there. Talking about a single person. I keep looking around thinking, who where's the, who's the other? It's gone too far. Maybe. Possibly. Each to their own. But when the grammar breaks you out of the story, the syntax, is that the grammar, is that the syntax? When it breaks you out of the story and you're thinking modern day, especially when you're listening to a recap of a 1970s story where K9 first came into Doctor... Oh! Windy pops, sorry. It just seems a stretch to me. It just seems just that little bit too far. I'm all for inclusivity. I'm all for acceptance, mainly. I know I risk losing friends when I say some of these things. I have a different political outlook to some of you, but I want to still be friends with you all. I'm not against anybody. But I'm against listening to a story that drags me out of the story because of modern day what? Positioning. Positioning sounds wrong. I don't know. I just can't. When I hear they, them, there, and we're talking about a single person, it just drags me right out of the story and into modern day. And it doesn't work for me. Now, maybe it works for you, and if it does, that's okay. We can agree to disagree. We don't have to fall out and never talk again. It's not like the be all and end all. We're not going to go to battle over it. UNPROFOR. Now there's a term from back in the day. United Nations Protection Force. We're talking that was Serbia and the other one. That's not Serbia. The one that was getting trounced. Bosnia Herzegovina. Yeah. Got friends who had the blueberry. I got friends who had well, their berry was maroon, but they had to give it up for fucking sky blue. They weren't happy. Parachute regiment are not happy to give up their fucking berry and go United Nations fucking pussy light blue. It's not a happy moment for them. Let me see. Hold on, this stuff here. Rotten potatoes are gross as hell. They are, because they stay solid. They rot within. You can smell them, but then when you touch them and your fingers go through, and they just the mush that emits from inside the like the shell. The skin becomes like a shell, almost like a boiled egg, except fucking nasty. Fucking nasty. If you Jack Attack got any dad jokes? Okay. I've got dry white or a fruity red for me. Fruity red. I don't mind fruity. Usually not sweet. Yeah. But this one this one wine, this one time, it was like drinking cough medicine. It was exquisite. So sweet, so succulent, so fruity. With a hint of the dry still. The what's the word I'm looking for? Not acerbic. Maybe acerbic will do. It's not the word I was looking for. But you get that like dry aftertaste. Dry isn't a taste, is it? If you say a dry aftertaste, I don't think that makes sense. But you experience, you get the fruitiness and the wetness and the sugary, but then your tongue goes more acerbic. That's the word. I don't think that's the word I used before. But it's yeah, that's a thing. It's a thing. I don't know what a thing it is, but it's a thing. It is the wine from the other day. That's where Chipper was asking. Then he asks Jack Attack for some dad jokes. No, Ralphie, we're not embalming anybody with the wine. If that's how strong does the wine need to be before you can use it as embalming fluid? Maybe you just meant critiquing alcohol. For anyone who doesn't know, a guy that we watch at the weekend, a bunch of us here watch Big Clive. Big Clive has 1 million followers, lives on the Isle of Man, and is somewhat of an electrical, I'm going to say electrical prodigy, but there is an overlap with electronics, and he is adept in both spheres. He has a brother that reviews whiskies, but his brother's main job is embalming dead bodies on the Isle of Man. Hence 2 or 3 of the comments that happened lately. I'm not going to explain them any further. You can draw your own lines, join the dots, or not as you see fit. It's not my job. I'm not your mum. Here we go. Jack attacking his dad jokes. I'm writing a book about glue, but I'm stuck on the first chapter. Here we go. And then Jack Attack jumps in with something factual. Malaga wines are sweet, are made from Moscatel and Pedro Jimenez grapes. Garnacha wines also. Oh, see, my Spanish pronunciation was so bad, we got disconnected. Yes, Jack Attack is infectious, sleepy dog a victim, not in a bad way. Wait, that was 6. What? What happened there? Is this in response to something I said, or how long ago? 218. It's 227, so we're 9 minutes ago. Gary Green says cheese sack. That would indeed be me when I wasn't going commando. But when the honestly, I was shocked when I took those undies off, like midnight, and dripping wet through, and not piss, not urination, sweat, all day, every day, getting wetter and wetter. Not good. I was headed for trench ballsack, trench foot. We would need another. We would need like some kind of military thing to come up with. We'd need a military symposium with some Victoria Cross winners and stuff to come up with suitable sobriquets, suitable wording for sweaty ball sack that's been sweaty for a week. There was Chipmunk UNPROFOR battle book. Yeah, I saw the UNPROFOR, the United Nations Protection Force. Yeah, the works if you are unsure. They works if you're unsure. What do? Syntax. I think this is one area we agree. Me and Chippy agree on like 99% of things. My problem is he's a little bit more left than me. And as far as I can tell, once you disagree with someone from the left, you're a far-right Nazi, Trumper, MAGA, all the epithets come out. Now, should he be more left than me? No. I'm from half the Scargill country. I, as a kid, we chased the Tories out of town when it was election time. We followed Labour and celebrated and waved, and we chased the fucking Tories and gave them all the we did V signs because we're British. Here's the thing that's been lost, folks. The fucking V sign. Everybody does this or this now. So we've got 0 and we got 1, but nobody does 2. 2 fingers. I am British, and when I want to disrespect you, I will wave my fucking two fingers at you. Why? The Battle of Agincourt. The bowman. The English bowman, it's a form of artillery. It's not Robin Hood, bullseye, that's not what archery is. Archery is up in the air, come down on the battlefield, kill the bad guys. They're going to have swords and shields and they're going to defend themselves. But you fire 1,000 over them and you're going to catch 50 or 100 of them. I mean, it's a numbers game. You just bombard the shit out of them. That's what archery was. If an English archer was caught, the French would cut off his fingers, his 2 fingers. And then he couldn't pull the bow. Not with that. He could switch hands maybe and relearn, but they didn't think about that. Is what happened. The English made a point of showing, hey, I've got my 2 fingers. I'm gonna fucking bomb the shit out. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get. Whoa! Ever since then, that was the English version of that. But that's vulgar. That's sex. That's vile. But whoa! I'm an Englishman. I've got my bow, and I'm gonna get you. So that's where that came from. And it's been lost. A generation ago, we all knew what that meant. Up yours, Delors, on the front page of the Sun. We all knew what it meant. It was a thing. It was universal. It was cultural. 25 years later, I'm the only fucker that remembers it. Nobody else has got a fucking clue. I'm having to like start from scratch and re-educate society. Up yours indeed, up yours Delors. In fact, Churchill, when Churchill, he eventually settled on this for V for Victory because he was told this meant up your bum. He had to stop. It was a proctologist thing. Churchill originally was giving it this, and people disrespected him, and he didn't know why until a young lady said, "Hey, don't do it that way, right? That means up your bum. Try that way. V for Victory." And that's a thing. Now it's a thing in a film. I don't know how much of a thing in reality it was, but it certainly maps to reality. And we did have the front page of the Sun newspaper in 1980, whatever the fuck it was, up yours Delors. So I don't know. Maybe. Get that tomorrow. I missed the bin. The bin is a plastic bag that I can't see in the dark. Okay, folks, we're 4 hours in. Who knew? We are down to just 10 viewers, which is a little bit on the low side. Oh, my friend Alan was trying to send me or wanting to send me a cable, a replacement cable for the EcoFlow. He was asking about delivery addresses and things, and this was before I found out about the boxes at the Repsol. My friend Karen has got me the cable that I need. See, once I've got the cable I need, I can experiment on how best to rework or adapt the current cable. Like I said earlier, people made videos showing me how these things are constructed and what it should take to make it work again. The connector does not match what anybody's showing me. The back end of the connector should have 2 holes for wires to go right through. It has posts that just stop. I guess for you to solder onto, but with lots of copper grinning and showing at you. So I had to wind around that so that the other cable that is loose doesn't get to, you know what I mean, doesn't get to spark that shit off. That's interesting. It's difficult. It's not ideal, but What do you do? What do you do, folks? Thatcher did some good things accidentally. I'd agree with that. As a Scargillion, incidentally, when Maggie died and people were dancing on her grave, what the fuck? That was the most reprehensible thing I think I've ever seen. Your political opponent within the like if you think politics is a game, there's you and your view and there's the other person and their view. Yeah? And your job is to persuade the neutral audience, if you like, which way they vote. Such animosity from the left towards the right. I don't know that that's a good thing. Certainly, in the case of let's say nuclear war or even an EMP deliberately targeted at somewhere, having a big kind of electrical thing. Oh, I don't know. Not sure. His glasses, folks. Can you see them? I'm getting better at keeping them balanced, but I'm not an expert. Oh, yours, Dolores. Churchill was a twat. Oh, Chippy. As you know, there's a smiley face, but ooh. Churchill was a man of letters. He was a Nobel laureate in literature. Churchill was a twat. That's a position we could disagree. We could have a whole evening's discussion on that one day. Maggie was a very educated lady. She was a working class lady who got a degree in chemistry, I think it was, yeah, chemistry or pharmacy. Her father ran a fruit shop or a pharmacy. It was a small shop. I'm struggling to remember what type of shop and whether I'm jumping the gun. See, when you don't know what you're allowed to say and not allowed to say, this is why we should not allow our speech to be policed. We should absolutely not allow that. Maggie was very educated, just angry that she destroyed the UK. Well, she destroyed the union movement. And along with the union movement would be the leftist movement. I'm going to say Jim Callaghan. I'm going to skip forward a year or three. James Callaghan, Dennis Healy, etc. Dennis Healy I thought was great, but I was a naive kid, so I'm not sure how great Callaghan and Healy really were, but we certainly felt at the time that they were great. I don't know. Some of the boundaries of what you're allowed to do and not allowed to do. So not talking nuclear or anything like that, but some of the bigger, brighter, bangier bombs. Can we say that? Bangier bombs. Some of the bombs that would go bang with more effect. Who wins? Who gets the views? It's interesting. I don't know what the answer is, folks, and I am I am yawning my ass off. We are on 4 hours and coming up for 10 minutes. I think by 4 hours 30, 4.5 hours, um, so another 20 minutes or so, I think I'm going to be at my limits by then, if I haven't already fallen asleep. And there is every possibility that that could happen. Here's my mate, Chippy, chemistry food. Another one from Gary, deleted by Jack. What's happening, Jack? Is there something going on I need to know about? That's 2 or 3 that you've blitzed. If we need to knock them to the Phantom Zone, then do it. I don't know what the... Oh, I can view the deleted message because I'm me. Hold on. No, I can't. My click doesn't align. What the fuck? Even when it... That's weird. How long's that been a thing? My click's not my click. Okay. Scraping cheese to be analysed. That's kind of borderline. I mean, maybe that's just late night bravado or... I don't know. Not sure what's going on there, Gary. Maybe stay this side of the line rather than that. Lenin was too far to the right. Yeah, he wasn't right. He wasn't just very right. He was far right. Maybe. Although you've got that whole... Oh, God. No, he's left. You get that whole left-right, Nazi, not Nazi continuum. Is there even a continuum anymore from the left to the right, or is it all just higgledy-piggledy all over the place? Oi! That's not even you, you're asleep. Maybe. Maybe she was asleep. Nice one, Jack, up to you. I only saw the one comment the wrong side of the line. If you get the idea somebody is deliberately like farming, if they're deliberately stoking, if they're trolling, the banhammer is yours to wield, my friend. I didn't make you mods so that you had to come to me every time and ask me every time. A mod is a mod. You moderate. Whether it's a timeout, whether it's the banhammer. I've had, since the interview with Scottish couple in Spain, is that 3 weeks ago now? Maybe 4. I don't even know. I've had a hell of a lot of... I've had an influx of negativity, which I struggle to deal with. But I deal with. And in the end, I come down on the side of, fuck you, let's fight. Did you watch on Sunday? This guy said AI. He said this whole tent and this camp, it's all AI. This camp is AI. He's been here, and there is no camp here in this field. It's all AI, and I'm a grifter. My answer was, come down here and tell me that, you fuckwit, and I'll rip your fucking head off. You know? Anybody that thinks that AI is advanced enough that I can just walk around and point my camera at a tent in real time while I'm in the middle of a live stream. There's a lot that AI can do. This ain't it. Look, if you were AI, what's your base image that you start with to end up here? Maybe you start with Asmongold, and we're clutching cockroaches off the. Off, I got no idea why you would start with it's AI. I've been there. He's a liar. It's all bullshit. Okay, mate. Show us the pictures. You've been here and there was no tent. Show us the pictures. How difficult can it be? Nah, it's never there, is it? It's never there. It was another stupid comment. It's all random. Appreciate what Jack does. It's difficult to. It's hard to judge. It is. Yeah. Whether to let it fly, whether to give a warning, whether to drop a timeout of a minute or 10 minutes or half an hour, whether to tell them to fuck off or whether to just fucking exile them to the Phantom Zone. Last week, I exiled 2 to the Phantom Zone within about 5 minutes, I think. Banned. There you go. If this is AI, Mike makes current Gen AI look shit. Yeah. I mean, it was Sunday. I was doing TrampCast, and this guy says it's all AI. I've been to that field, and you're not there. You've never been there. And I'm like, that's weird, because there's a dozen people in chat that have been here. Karen's been here every fucking second month for when did I do? When was TrampCast 001? It's 2 years ago, at least. There or thereabouts. I'm not going to say at least, but it's plus or minus, you know? I've had David Schofield came here a while ago. There's a bloke called Sean came here last week. A bloke called George came and brought me 50 litres of water. This is fantastic AI that brings real water into the fucking field. 3 police visits. Let's not let them forget. I'm not happy about it, but let's not let them forget it. I don't know, guys. What do you do? Jack and the dad jokes. Yeah. I still want to know what website he gets them from. Simp something, yeah. You wouldn't believe the pretty ladies that walk past here in a day. But I'm almost 60 and they're almost 20. I mean, you know, random number, folks. They might be 30. If I said I'm 60, they're 30. Just don't sweat the small stuff. Frank Nadobody. 248, and it is now. I'm only 2 minutes behind, Frank. Fuck. You're honoured. You should be honoured. I'm on top of this shit. Karen is a wonderful person. Shush, don't tell her. You'd be giving her a big head. What the fuck are you doing? She is, and she's coming back to Spain this weekend, and she's bringing me my XT60i cable. RC4 to XT60i. And then I can look at repairing the current cable or you know, chopping bits off just for fun, because it won't matter because I got a new cable. It's Flower. Rose. Hello, Rose. I remember Rose. Hi. Again. That says 248. It's currently I'm 3 minutes. I've gone backwards. I'm 3 minutes behind. Jack Attack, cheers, mate, says Frank. Yeah, Frank tried to contact me last night, but unfortunately he waited until I'd been asleep about 5 minutes when he rang me. Sorry, mate. The phone, this morning, the phone was literally like, hey, you've missed a call. And I'm like, how can I have? It was right next to my head. 3 minutes after I fell asleep, Frank called, and I did not hear a fucking thing. Sorry, mate. It's just how it is. Jack Attack's doing the cheers. Okay. Frank says, glad to be here, Mike and friends. We'll talk later, mate. After I finish the live stream. I'm going to finish up soon, I think, because, well, I was yawning. Let's see how if I carry on yawning, we'll finish it. It seems to have worn off. And let's see how that goes. Rose is bored. Thank God Mike is on. Well, I don't know about that, darling. I don't know why you would. As a spark, that made me laugh. Current cable. Oh, current. Yeah, okay. That was an accidental. Okay. I didn't mean that. That is a. What would you call it? Oh, what's the word I'm looking for, folks? I'm going to say like unintended, pun unintended, but acknowledged. Yeah, it wasn't, I didn't mean that. But it is there, current cable, thank you. Spark that made me laugh. What's even worse, mate, if you're a spark, before I wrapped the extra insulation tape around the positive cable, which is the one that's connected, it's a negative that's come undone. But they were both grinning copper, like half a centimeter or more, before they let go. And I'm ramming the negative into the what looks like a negative port, except it's not. There's no hole. There's a post with a circle around it, but that's all there is. So it's just a case of touch the pot, but you don't want the you don't want the wire to. You've got negative to negative. You don't want it to just leap across and touch the copper on the other one. And there was so much copper exposed and so much pressure to dive in and fix this, fix that. I left it. Karen went, I'm on Amazon, I can buy this. I'm like, is it 2 meters? I'm like, it needs to be 2 meters. She's, oh no, it's 1.8. Near enough. Let's fucking do that. 1.8 meters is, you know, what's 20 centimeters between friends? That's just a handful. Frank went out with friends to a concert. That's what you need to do, my friend. You've come through a how can I phrase this without looking like a dick? You've come through a period of life-altering circumstances. And there's going to be frustrations and pent-up frustrations. Anytime you can get out with a bunch of friends, whether you're sitting on their porch, whether you're going to a bar, whether you're going to a nightclub, whatever it is, good on you. Why the fuck wouldn't you? You certainly don't have anybody bitching at you telling you can't. That's a little bit whoa, a little bit way for a guy who's just lost his wife. That's me being me. Maybe crossing a line. You can slap for me and tell me what a bad boy I am. Folks, if you can't fucking laugh, you know? If you're incapable of laughter, don't police my speech. Because I'll just drop the N-bomb again to prove that I can, like I did earlier and like I did a few weeks ago. It's... You do not get to police my speech. Now, admittedly, when I'm talking to a friend and maybe I cross a line or maybe I say something wrong, they have every ability and you know, opportunity to tell me to fuck off. But hopefully we can disagree on shit without it being like a fucking life-altering event. It's not like I disagree with you about A and you disagree with me about B and now we're never gonna talk again, you fucker. That would be weird. Hey Tina. Oh, she's still asleep. She's running in her sleep. Hey babe. Yeah, like I said, folks, do not try and police my speech. It won't end up the way that you think. I have my friends. Me and my friends, we talk to each other the way we talk to each other. If my friend has a problem with the way I speak to him, we'll sort that out in private. But I will not be told what I may or may not say. That's not a thing. This is why I think now 3 times in the last month I've dropped the N-bomb. The N-bomb. With the hard R, the full fucking thing. It's just a thing. It's just a word. If I don't mean harm by it, if I'm not calling somebody a name by it, I'm just saying, hey, there's this word, and it's that word. PJ Cox arrives in chat. PJ. I'm not sure I'm familiar, so hello if you're new here. Jack Attack suggests that the XT60 cable didn't like snap at the end, it snapped halfway down or whatever, just at the other side of the connector, and that's why it looks different. Could be, because to me it seems there's just like a pole of metal that I connect to, but the cable looks like it should have been the fibrous bit that was soldered. So it's not like it's snapped halfway a lot. It doesn't feel like it's snapped. But what do you know what I mean? I'm a computer programmer. I don't know what fucking soldered joints look like, and whether it's a bad joint, a good joint, whether it's snapped halfway along, whether it's snapped 500 meters that way. It could be. It could be the purple mushroom people from the planet Thag, and you'd never know because they're invisible. That's the thing about the purple mushroom people from the planet Thag. They're all over it, they're invisible, and you know shit. Maybe, so I'm told, by the purple mushroom people. Frank retracted a message, PJ Cox. Remember, the electrons pass over the outside of the copper cable, and more corrosion means more resistance. This is true. I was about to throw something out that would cause total consternation. Remember that current flows in the opposite direction to what you think it does. Your positives and your negatives that we historically label are kind of the wrong way around, and things flow different to what we think they flow. It's a thing. Veritasium, Big Clive, big discussion. I'm not doing it here, but yeah. That sounds like a solder bucket. Couldn't have said it better myself, said Frank, and I don't know what it was that I said that he couldn't have said it better, but 1.8 meters is 6 foot, so American spec, yeah, it's basically 2 meters. It's like 1.8 meters equals 2 meters, but you know. That's where are we here? Okay, we're talking about AC and DC and different things about cables. Few such things that will end a friendship for me. Support of Brexit is one. I wasn't entirely against. Here we go. Here we go, Chippy. Let's root. I was. My business was. Oh God. Where do I go? I was in a lot of bars at night, let's just say that. I'd split from the wife, I was on my own, and I was in bars at night. And I was getting a good sampling, a good cross-sectional of British society. Bricklayers and builders and plumbers and plasterers and these guys. So when the news is portraying to me that it was a one-way street and it was definitely Remain. It was always going to be Remain. There was no problem. Remain all the way. I was like, that's not what I'm hearing. 9 guys out of 10 weren't happy with how the EU was operating. And so to them, Brexit was the way. Now, whether they were right, whether they were not right, I don't pretend right, wrong, true, false. That's not my fucking place. They were allowed to vote. They had a vote. The numbers went in, and we counted the numbers. Once the numbers were in, and the numbers said Brexit, then I said Brexit. Whether that's me, I was supporting the Democratic majority. Now, whether that means in your eyes I am a Brexiter, I don't know. Because I was kind of neutral on the point, personally. But if I mapped out all of the pluses, all the negatives, all the pro areas and all the negative areas, balanced. I mean, what was the 52-48? And even that's probably not true. It's probably 51.5, 49, whatever the other one was, 48.5. It was probably closer than the numbers said. So to say, I will lose friends if you're on the other side, that's... Because I don't know where I am. I might be on the other side. Not because I was on the other side to begin with, but because once the die is cast, them's the rules. That was the you had lots of people running around. It's not critical. We don't have to honor it. It's not this. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you fucking do. You hold a national referendum and turn around and say we don't have to fucking honor it. Do you want to wake up alive tomorrow or what? What the fuck are you, just what? We get to choose not to fucking honor it. No, you fucking don't. That's there be dragons. There be fucking dragons. That's not a thing. You don't get to hey, all those rules we told you, and we had that whole fucking... No, we spent billions on it. No, that's null and void. Fuck you. No. Fuck you. I may not have been on that side to begin with, but once I saw that those were the winners, I will fight to the death for their right to be the winners. That was the whole point of, you have an election to pick a thing, and a referendum is to pick a thing. When the thing's been picked, I don't care if you don't like it. The thing's been picked. It's been chosen. It's been done. There might be some nuance. There might be some negotiations. There might be, how do we slot A into B? Where does B go compared to C? Where's the alpha and the omega? What you got? But the core principle should have, and I blame David Cameron. You have no idea how much I blame fucking David Cameron for this shit. Not because we had the Brexit vote, but because he wussed out afterwards. Cameron should have said, I'm the British Prime Minister. I'm going to stay out of this. We're going to appoint a pro side and a Brexit side and a Remain side. We, whichever party, Tory as it happens, don't take part. We're neutral. But there's a plus side and there's a negative side. And you guys go and vote away and do your shit. You do what you want to do. That's what he should have done. And then the day after, instead of saying, oh, I was pro-Remain, the votes to leave, therefore I must go and never be seen again and get away with it. No. He should have stepped up and said, I am Prime Minister. I see the vote. It is now my job to implement the vote as cast by the people. That should have been his role. Not to run away because I'm pro-Remain and the vote came out Brexit. He should have stepped away from the furore, from the argument. He should have stepped away and said, hey, you guys, politicians, people, go do your thing. I'll evaluate it afterwards. And if it seems fair, I will promote it onwards and upwards to other figures in Europe. What would have been wrong with that? Instead of saying, I am Remain, oops, Brexit, oh, I gotta go. That's chicken shit. He should have said, I'm impartial. Let's have the vote. Whichever way it goes, I will implement. The stability we would have had through that 4 or 5 years then, instead of the haphazard, fucked up, oh, you rocked too much, oh, that's not a real picture, oh, artificial intelligence, bah. Whoa! I didn't mean to smack it. I meant to. Well, let me put it down there. I was gonna put my beer here, but I got that wrong. What would you do, though, folks? Do you not think that Boris should have stood neutral and implemented whatever the British people picked, rather than picking a side? Rather than picking a side and being left stranded when it wasn't the side that won. I think we needed something more akin to a, what do you call it, when the two sides come together and act as one. Fuck. Really. Intelligent, eloquent, and erudite as I am, usually. What do you call it when two parties come together and act as one? That's what we needed at the time. To abandon party politics, to come together, and then just to implement the choices of the British people. There's a hung parliament, but that's not where I'm going. I'm wanting a... What's the government? Somebody will have the word and I don't. I'm gonna clank the camera to you. Yeah, that was me. I smacked it. I did smack it full on. Fuck Brexit, losers out. You know, they won, mate. They won. 52-48 or 51.5, 48.5. If you believe in democracy, you got to go with the majority rule. Now, if something as big as that, I don't think you get a do-over within 25 years. It's not like the year after you can say, "Hey, fuck it." You've not even got into power properly and managing things properly at that point. So I don't think a dog walk works too well at that point. It's interesting. It's interesting. Hey, baby girl. She sat. It's actually really quite well lit over there. Is that from you? That is that light over there. Okay. I was wondering where the light was coming from. Yesterday that was flat. Today it's shining bright like a beacon. How many people voted for Brexit versus how many did it affect? Well, it affected everyone in Britain, I would have said, one way or another. How many voted for it? 52% would be my guesstimation. PJ Cox, mission complete, frankly. Or Frankie. Clank the camera. That was me smacking the camera. Bollocks. Chippy's taking offence at something, maybe something I've said. That's to be expected. I say shit and anyone can take offence. Was Britain with the pound being brought down by the euro? Asks Frankie. Which one of the Franks is this? Is Frank, not Frankie or Franco. This is just Frank. Sorry, mate. The eurozone and our pounds allowed in it was a grey area. It was a grey area for quite a while, I would say. This is the other thing about Europe. Okay. Let me get on my high horse here, because this is one of the things that pisses me off. Back when we were in the EU, let's say a new building regulation came out. You're not allowed to do X, Y, Z unless it's been grandfathered in by 50 years. Yeah? So something, if your house breaks the rules, but it's been that way for 50 years or more, you carry on, and the next time you have some significant work done, then we'll patch and correct the 50-year-old error. Sounds right. Sounds decent. Doesn't sound like a problem. Maybe. But it can be, can't it? Some of these things are, who's to decide what's the rule, when's the rule, where's the rule? It's ambiguous isn't the right word. It's subjective. When laws become subjective rather than objective, where you've got an objective fact, thou shalt not do this, you shall not punch a policeman on the nose, otherwise you're going to jail for 20 years. That's objective. If I've punched him on there's like an objective fact, I did punch him on the nose. There's nothing subjective. It's not if you punch him on the nose and you're a certain shade of white or brown, or there's no, all of that openness that's there in some elements of society and in some circumstances. Yeah, it's, I don't know, I've lost track of where I was going with that one. It was a minority. The Brexit and the was Brexit a minority? 52% was a minority. How often is 52% a minority, Chippy? Conglomerate, yeah, okay. Karen Bob backed in and we're still going. I am falling asleep and I was supposed to end about a quarter of an hour ago. Frank says he may be speaking out of his ass with that last comment, but trade was good pre-Brexit. After it was a shit show. I've got friends in Ireland who, if you've seen Tina's collar, and it's with Tina embossed in the back, that was done by our friend, what I would call Uncle Anthony. My friend Anthony from Ireland used to get all of his leather from the UK in batches. He now can't get it from the UK because of the customs changes, because UK, Northern Ireland, Republic, they're different. Okay, so he buys in Spain. You come and hold it. This is what it's worth to him, folks. Instead of buying a batch of stuff in the UK with the extended prices, extended taxes, extended whatever, right? He can come here for a week for 29 euros each, him and his wife and maybe the kids. They come over for 29 euros each. They'll spend maybe 2 weeks here. He'll go off to the markets and he'll just buy leather this, leather that, just give us all your leather. After a week or two, he goes back to the airport and he's back in Northern Ireland, and job's done. He's got his leather, he's got this, he's got that, and the only thing was border control. He spent 2 weeks traveling to get there and back. They've all had a good time, lots of beer, lots of wine, lots of meals, lots of blah, 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 blah. In the final analysis, he's traveled to Spain and back for free and got a suitcase full of leather to do whatever it is he do. You know what I mean? Cutting leather, stitching leather, making belts. I got no clue. I don't know what that is. Oh, farted. He's still claiming it was a majority. It was less than half the UK population. You will always get this with every election where people are not honor bound to vote. If you get 52% of the people that vote, but only 48% of the people vote, then you're going to have 50% of 48%, 24, maybe 25% of the overall population voting. It's kind of a weak argument where everybody had the opportunity to vote and some just chose not to. I'm not the biggest. Yeah, I don't want to fall out with Chippy because I like him. We agree on 99.9% of things, but the one or two things we disagree on, we will properly disagree on. And sometimes that means people never talk again. I still claim it was a majority. Yeah. Have you finished the wine? No, I've got this much in my glass. I don't know if you can see, it's about there. And in the bottle, I've got about there. Looks like about a fifth, but no, it's about a quarter. It doesn't look it. It's about a quarter of a bottle. Quarter of a bottle there. I got this here. We are on 4 hours 50, and I don't know what that means in terms of real time. 321. 321. Central European 321. UK 221. America 921, maybe. The East Coast. Who's listening to me and why? Way less than half. You're always going to get that, Chippy, because the people that actually vote are you know, they're a small proportion of everyone eligible to vote. If it was like Australia, where you have a legal obligation, you have a duty to vote, things would be different. But different's not always good, is it? I don't know. Different's not always where you want to be. Francis, Brexit, okay. I mean, certainly as someone who's living abroad, Brexit has been a hurdle, and it's not a hurdle I've had to jump over too many times, except for that one time I got as far as the airport and they arrested me. Having my passport rejected at control was at border control was a thing, but yeah. Chippy says we're still in the EU, it's not legal. And then he says 52% my ass. Well, those were the numbers reported, my friend. I don't know what other numbers you want to go with instead. But it was 52.48 as far as I remember it. Where are you getting that figure from? From the result of the vote. That was the, what was it? June. I'm going to say June 19th, but that's like Juneteenth. That sounds like we shouldn't have done it then. Except that's the date I've got in my head. It was 52.48. That was the result of the vote. You got a different figure in mind. Educate me. Give me a different number. My distinct recollection from the day after the day after the vote was 52.48. Now we can argue whether it's 51.999 or whatever, but how many people voted leave and how many does it affect? That's not the question. How many people were eligible to vote and how many voted? Which way did they vote? If people were eligible to vote and chose not to vote, isn't that their tough shit? To me, that's their, hey, you had a vote on a thing and you decided it didn't matter. Okay, but now I don't like the result. And you had a vote on a matter, you chose not to vote. Or maybe you voted the wrong way early on with kids and shit, and therefore your vote doesn't count? But I have no idea. But my reading is, it's not about how many does it affect, how many voted. It's how many were eligible to vote, how many voted, which way did they vote? All the people who abstained, fuck them. That's an abstention. You chose not to vote. You knew that a vote was happening. You know you could have done the paperwork. You know that when the paperwork arrived through your door, you could have voted. You know that you wanted to vote this way or that way. Oh, Pebble Mill at 1 was on and you didn't vote. I mean, it's... Why is that anybody's fault but the person that didn't vote? That's not... Just, no. Just... You already did fall out with me, mate. Okay. It's not about how many voted and how many affected. How many voted for and how many voted against. It's democracy. Democracy is Greek for mob rule. I'm not pro or against either of these two opinions. What we're talking about is how you do the vote. Now, if half the people choose not to vote, but of the people who do vote, 50.1% vote one way and 49.9% vote the other, then you go the way of the 50.1. You don't say that doesn't matter because there's a whole other 50% who didn't even fucking vote. That's their fault. They had the option to vote. It was there. The paper was in front of them. They chose not to vote. What do you want? We can only count the votes that came in. We can't count the votes that stayed at home. How do you do that? That's not a thing. That's not democracy. For fuck's sake, you know maths. You already did fall out with me. I hope not. I hope we can be friends. Time for bed, said Zebedee. Frank says it's 9:22 there. That's on the, you're on the East Coast-ish, aren't you? Yeah, 6 hours behind, yeah. Frank votes at every opportunity. State, hold on, how do you put it? American, local, state, federal. You don't make your voice heard by not voting. You know what I mean? Abstaining is just ignore me. Ignore me. I don't get a say. Karen's going now. And that was at 3:23. Oh, 3:23. 6 minutes ago. Good night, Karen. Boing. Zebedee. Brexit. Oh, here we go. Complicated 7, 8, 9, 10-digit numbers. Hold on. Jack Attack says electorate 46.5 million. Turnout 72%. Leave vote share 51.9. Yeah, I said 52, but 51.9. Okay. Remain 48.1. Basically 52 versus 48. I mean, there was a 2% swing. That's where I got my numbers, yeah. Lost a sub, did mention this. Yeah, you're wrong. Is that Chippy unsubscribing? Really? Over matters of fact? What did I say that was actually wrong? Not much of what I said was opinion. Most of it is just a description of what happened. 51.94. What was it? 48.1 against. I mean, it's... You don't like it, but it is what it is. It was what it was. I mean, those were the numbers that were declared. And all the people that chose not to vote... They didn't get a say. You don't get to count them on your side. Oh, Only 50% of people didn't vote, so only 25% were for. And 75, no, they didn't vote. You don't get to say where they went, for or against. It's not, that's, I'm sorry we're disagreeing, but we're objectively fucking disagreeing. I hope we can still be friends and not fall out over it. I agree. 99.9% of all topics that we've ever discussed, we agree on, Chippy. Random facts about random science, about random things everywhere. Let's not permanently fall out about a vote that happened 9 years ago? 2016, yeah? It's a while back. Weird. I mean, if you want to fall out about it, I'll fall out about it, but I'd rather not. Some people don't believe their vote counts, and it's a bloody shame that they feel that way. Because the way that voting works is your right to vote. Yeah, if you go into an election thinking your vote doesn't count and therefore you don't vote, you're abstaining. You're opting out. If half the people opt out and then it's 50-50, plus or minus some small percentage, you don't get to say, oh, it was only 25% of the people voted that way. No. Of the people that voted, it was 51% that way, 49% that way. You don't get to count the abstentions as if they're on your side. I could just as easily say they're on my side or his side or their side. They could, no. You count the votes that were voted, not all the people that didn't vote. That's just not a thing. Fuck, it's not that difficult, surely. Think we'll get back into Europe, ? We need to big style. It's an interesting question. The free movement of people means that as soon as some migrant arrives on the south coast of Spain or France, they can be knocking at the door of England, Britain. I'm not sure that's what the British people want anymore. I think we're on the verge of wanting to kick people back the other way. Not my opinion, my assessment of the mood of the nation. I will stress that. Maybe I didn't stress that enough before. I'm not saying it's my view. I'm saying it's my assessment of the general view of the general public. Someone wants to correct me and tell me that, hey, you're way wrong, and there aren't this many of that pigeon and there aren't that many of that. It's not this, it's not that, it's the other. Whatever you want to correct me on, whatever. But it's my assessment of the mood of the British people based on my experience of their mood, I guess. I mean, it's an assessment of moods that I've experienced. There's pluses, there's minuses, there's things that are going this way, things that are going that way. I don't know. Oh, where was that one? I think someone was just saying something about Chippy, and then Chippy was right there. Chippy can be, oh, it jumped. Chippy can be quite opinionated, but if more people who could have voted made their choice, the outcome would have been much different. Chippy can be opinionated, and opinionated's okay. I'm okay with opinionated. Okay, final point. It's not about who's eligible to vote, it's about who it affects. Who it affects is definitely a larger group than who votes and who votes which way, definitely. But is it that much larger? In a country of what, 70, maybe 75 million, and 55 are voting, and the rest are mainly kids under the age, or in prison, or were people excluded? I'm not sure that the who it affects is that much bigger than who votes. It is certainly bigger. It certainly is. Is it more than 5% or 10%? And of those 5 or 10%, are they kids? I don't think it's that big a difference. Gained on a pack of lines. What was? Gary Green. Okay, hello Gary. Oh, Frank. Hold on. I think Frank Nidobody, are you on Discord? Okay. Chippy, never one should get out and hold on. Why did I read that as never? Everyone should get out and vote, especially if it's part of something that's going to greatly affect your life. Availability of services and how you tax. Yeah. If you're available to vote, vote. If you've got an opinion. My problem is that I don't see that big a difference between the parties usually. It's like you can vote for anybody you want, but we're going to select who we put on the ballot. I'm not sure I don't think it honors the true idea of democracy. Whoa, shit! How far back did that scroll? Hold on. Okay, I think I'm in the right area, but it jumped when I was here, so I'm a little bit chipmunk to Google's. Okay, gmail.com. Okay, if that else, I've got idea how it works. I did vote. Crazy how the Liberal Party in Canada, party I think that will be, can vote at 14 years old if registered. Yeah, okay, next line said party, yeah. 14 I think is ridiculous. I don't think you're mature enough. I don't think you've got a clue about what's at stake and what the different what's the word I'm looking for? You don't know what's at stake. You don't know the different things that are in front of people. You don't know what's going on. Not in a meaningful sense. At 14. When they wanted over here, when they wanted to take it down from 18 to 16, I could kind of sort of understand. And another factor was the age of consent. If you're old enough to consent to have sex, then you've got to be old enough to consent to vote, and maybe to join the military. The old idea of the age of maturity, where there was now once upon a time everything was 21. 21 for sex, 21 for join the army, 21 for this, that, and the fucking other. 21 would seem ridiculously old to me now for all of those things. 18, 16. See the sex thing, 16 and sex. I think 16 and sex, if you're having sex with someone who's within a year or 3 of your age. If you're having sex with someone who's 10 years old, no. That's not a thing. That's just, no. That's wrong. A 16-year-old having sex with the boy next door who happens to be 17 or 18. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The 16-year-old being chased by a 60-year-old fat fucking just... It's not just me, is it? That's just wrong, yeah? So it's an age limit with boundaries. You don't turn 16 and okay, now every 80-year-old man can start trying to shag you. That's no. 16-year-old within boundaries, within limits. You and your boyfriend. You're 16. He's 17 or 18, maybe. I can see that. But some of these other things. Delta Mike, you look drunk. That's good. I've been drinking and trying to get drunk, so why not? Cheers, folks. I was supposed to hang this one up about half an hour ago. We're probably going to do that sometime soon. I think 1:15 would be too soon. I'm thinking maybe 1:30. Hold on. I'm saying 1:30, but I don't mean times. I'm talking about the timer on the clock. We're on 5 hours 11 or 5 hours 12. I'm going to go another 18 minutes, I think, folks, okay? And then I'm going to let a hard exit. You look drunk. I probably am. And that's okay. I don't mind looking drunk. I've been drinking alcohol. I've been drinking some beer, and then I found a bottle of wine that was in my tent. And the longer it's in the tent, the more likely it is to go off in the heat, because it's very fucking hot here. So I have found myself kind of spacing out a little bit in some of my rants at times. That's okay. So yeah, Gary, I probably look drunk. And I don't mind that. You never been drunk? I do drunk better than anybody else does drunk. Can I send some to PayPal to help with Tina's vet bills? Not to PayPal. If you can follow the fixed link, the Facebook link at the top, and there'll be a couple. I think they've got a PayPal address listed there for the vet bills, and another. I'm not sure what the other payment mechanism is. It's not one I know of. I don't know. I don't know many payment mechanisms. Very drunk. Now you're just trying to flatter me, PG. That's okay. Very drunk is good. What about yourself? What's your time zone and how drunk are you? I'm just going to finish this bottle. Because it's there. Why do you do it? Because it's there. Twisted, drunk in a tent. I'm outside the tent. I'm not even in the tent. What are you talking about a tent for? I'm sat outside. drunk, I'd say he's being tuned in. Tune in, drop out. How'd that phrase go? I don't. That was that was a little bit before my time. Very drunk, said PJ, trying to twist a knife. That's okay. Keep trying. What's your next dig? Go on. Let's see what you've got next, PJ. Very drunk. I've also got broken glasses, look. Bizum, that was the one on the, yeah, I'd never heard of it. On the Facebook post there, yeah, the must be a Spanish thing, or maybe just European, I don't know. Bizum is a popular mobile payment service in Spain, okay. Send and receive, it's basically PayPal for Spain. Using their bank's mobile app. Some life wasted. Lots of life wasted. Every time I masturbate, there's some life wasted. What's your problem? Life being wasted means what? Keep going. Next. All those spermatozoa shot up the curtains or wiped off on the curtains. That's life wasted, yeah? You got a point? I'm waiting. Still waiting. I hope you're typing. Is there a point to this, to these silly little digs? Some life wasted. Lots of life wasted. If I eat a bunny rabbit in a stew, there's some life wasted. No? I mean, the little bunny rabbit's gone. If I have a pork chop, there's some life wasted. If I have a boiled egg, that boiled egg could have been fertilized and could have become a whole fucking chicken. Some life wasted. Where are we going? I'm still here drinking on some sour, yeah? IPA if you... Hey, IPA, I'll take an IPA anytime. PJ Cox, all you're saying is some life wasted, shame real... You're not saying anything. Make a fucking point or fuck off. Shame really? Nah, 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 nah. It's not right. I don't like it. Is that the best you fucking got? I'm drunk and I'm burying you in an argument. Come on, put up a better fight. Go for it. You called me drunk before. Very drunk, I think you said. Let's see you. Let's see you out. Let's see you out debate me. Where are we going? See, my glasses don't even sit fucking straight on my nose because they're broken. 18 months without a hair wash, not without a wash. Don't be a dick. You got it wrong. 18 months, no hair wash. I wash every second or third day. 2 or 3 times a week. It varies a little bit around the mean. But come on, keep going. 18 months without a wash. Wrong. 18 months without a hair wash. Point made. Not really. You lost, pal. You were wrong. Incorrecto. Try again. drunk enough to still beat you in a debate, you fuckwit. What the fuck kind of arsewipe are you? You can't beat a man who's drunk 10 cans of beer and a bottle of wine. You're still losing. It varies every 18 months. What? The hair wash? Maybe. I think it's time for the banhammer. PJ is gone. Hide user. PJ is gone. Tomorrow, when we watch this back, he won't even be in the discussion. A little bit unsure what Gary was saying there. Gary Green. It varies every 18 months. Lol. What does? My hair wash. It's been 18 months that I've not washed it. Most of the year, it's fine. June, July, August, lots of sweat, lots of wet. It's a little bit yucky. I could possibly wash it in the next... If I have enough water to spare, I need about 8 litres, maybe 10, to wash my hair properly. Tina, no. It's okay. Tina, it's okay. It's a lady. Hey, Tina girl, it's just a lady walking past. No. Oi! It's okay. Tina, kamate. Yeah, I know. She swore at you, so you can go and eat her. It's okay. So, folks, I thought I was quite tolerant there. If you knew me in real life, you'd know how tolerant that was for me. I would have been ripping fucking heads off, and I've told tales about how I hung around with paras. Yeah. Not always the most, what's the word? Not adaptive. I don't always put up with shit as much as I just did there. That was me being tolerant. A bit like on Sunday when the guy was saying it's all AI and there's no, this field's empty, there's no tent here. I'm not here. I'm not here at all. I almost doxed myself there. I gave my name away again. Like the Scottish guy did. You know? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. PJ was a bloody cock. Well, I was willing to let him show he was a cock. He tried to say, you're drunk, you're very, very drunk. And it's like, yeah, but I still out fucking maneuvered you in a discussion or a debate. What part of me being drunk is a problem? Is it illegal to be drunk? Is it wrong to be drunk? Is it immoral to be drunk? There's lots and lots of alcohol in the Bible. If you're going to go that whole moral crusade fucking thing. Now, the Lord was usually against people being overly drunk, drinking to excess. Now, I've had drink. I was tired and I was maybe on the verge of nodding off in little points, but I feel no need to put up with. I've said this before. I used to have the opinion about free speech, and I wouldn't bar anybody unless they said something illegal. Why? Why do I put with that shit? I don't have to put up with. I don't have to put with your shit. The fuck? No. When it suits me, I'll talk to you. When it doesn't suit me, I won't talk to you. And if it looks like the rest of my life's going to be plagued by you, you're just fucking history. You're gone. I mean, it's the press of a button. It's not a thing. Frank Nadobody says, I will always say it's getting tuned like a great guitar. You love to hear the song it's gonna play and cherish the person who's gonna say who's playing it. Yeah, I mean there's elements. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, my thigh's been eaten and it's. I think it was eaten earlier. I'm only just detecting it. Yeah. Some things you settle into a pattern. There's a thing. Now there was a disruption in the force. If you're gonna go all Star Wars on me, there was a disruption in the force about a month ago. I was interviewed on another channel. I've been there before. I got a good boost when I was on there before. This time, I got a boost. Lots of new viewers for the first 3, 4, 5 days. On their channel, lots and lots and lots of negativity. Some of it maybe innocently, what's the word? Innocently ignorant. They didn't know the backstory. They didn't know where to find the backstory. And so they were like passing judgment. This can't be. This is not that. This can't be. They can't do that. It's not possible that the bank takes his money. That. Okay. Innocent. Then you get the negative ones who are, what a wanker. I don't like this. This guy, no, it can't be true. This guy's a lying, scum-sucking, shitting, fucking. You get those. And there were a lot of those. There were a lot of them. I don't understand how they get to where they get to. I don't think you can talk them out of their position because they didn't get there logically. There's no logical steps that took them to where they got, and so you can't logic them out of that spot. It's not a thing. You can't logic somebody out of a position that they didn't arrive at logically. Some people are just very, very negative. Malicious, like would seem maliciously so. You can't help people with such a predetermined disposition of judgment about some. That, Frank, absolutely. If someone's predetermined that they're gonna be against you, it doesn't matter what you do. They're gonna be against you because that's their gameplay from the off. It doesn't matter what you do. They set off to be negative. They want to be negative. They're going to be negative, and now they are being negative. Okay? Ask them for evidence of their negativity. Ask for proof of what they say. That's all you can do. You can duck the question and ask them, why do you say that? Where do you get that from? What season? Show me examples of that. Oh, I'm such a bad guy that what? You can't be bothered to show me. These are the telltale signs When the other person says, I give up, I can't be bothered, I can't be bothered showing you this. It's not worth my time to show you the pineapple on pizza, whatever. You know, it's a thing. It's a thing. Hey, babe, we're going to go inside soon. Where are we? 5:30. I am ending it now, folks. Okay? 5.5 hours. I will say, quickly, from my girl, from Tina, and from me, Delta Mike, out.